Anger does not always scream. Sometimes it becomes silence, a quiet tension in the chest, a tiredness behind the eyes, a heaviness you carry into every room without realizing it. You smile, you work, you speak normally, but deep inside there are still conversations you replay, old betrayals your mind refuses to release, moments that wounded you so deeply. Your body learned to stay guarded long after the danger passed. Most people think anger looks loud, but the deepest anger often looks calm on the outside, controlled, polite, functional, until the night comes, until the world gets quiet, because that is when the buried emotions begin to rise. The resentment, the frustration, the memories you thought you had already moved on from, and suddenly your mind becomes a battlefield instead of a place of rest. But here is the truth no one teaches us. You were never meant to carry emotional pain forever. The mind was not designed to live in constant defense. Yet many people spend years protecting wounds that no longer need protection. They stay emotionally armed even when the war is over, not because they are weak, but because no one ever showed them how to let go without feeling powerless. The Stoics understood something most people never realize. Anger does not punish the people who hurt you. It quietly punishes the person carrying it. It steals sleep. It poisons peace. It turns small problems into emotional storms. And over time, it becomes so familiar. You forget what calm even feels like. But tonight is different. Tonight is not about suppressing your emotions. It is not about pretending nothing hurt you. And it is not about becoming emotionless. This sleep session is about finally loosening the grip that buried anger has had on your nervous system for far too long. Slowly, gently, without force. Because healing does not begin when you fight the mind harder. It begins when the mind finally feels safe enough to stop fighting at all. Tonight, you are going to rest differently. Tonight you are going to let the noise settle. Tonight you are going to begin releasing years of emotional weight your soul was never meant to carry alone. And somewhere between these words and the silence that follows them, you may finally remember what peace feels like again. And that is the strange thing about buried anger. Most people do not even realize they are carrying it anymore. It becomes part of the personality, part of the voice, part of the reactions, part of the way they move through life, until one day they no longer remember who they were before the pain hardened inside them. Some wounds never leave loudly. They settle quietly into the nervous system. They hide inside habits, moods, reactions, and thoughts. A person may look calm on the outside while carrying years of emotional fire underneath. And over time, that suppressed anger begins shaping the entire personality without permission. Many people believe anger only appears during arguments, but suppressed anger is far more dangerous because it rarely announces itself openly. Instead, it disguises itself as impatience, irritation, emotional numbness, constant criticism, exhaustion, distrust, overthinking, even silence. A person who suppresses anger for years may slowly become emotionally distant without understanding why. They stop opening up fully. They become guarded during conversations. They assume the worst about people before giving them a chance, not because they are cruel, but because pain trained their mind to stay alert for disappointment. The Stoics believed that whatever controls your inner world eventually controls your outer life, and buried anger quietly controls far more than people realize. It affects how you speak to loved ones, how you react to mistakes, how safe you feel around others, even how your body feels when you wake up in the morning. Some people carry anger so long that tension becomes their normal state. Their shoulders stay tight. Their jaw stays clenched. Their breathing becomes shallow. Even while resting, the body behaves as if danger is nearby. The nervous system forgets how to relax because it has spent too many years preparing for emotional attacks that already ended long ago. This is why some people become angry over small things that do not truly matter. A slow driver, a delayed message, a different opinion. The reaction seems bigger than the moment because the emotion did not begin there. The frustration was already living inside them long before that moment arrived. Suppressed anger also changes the way people interpret life itself. They begin expecting betrayal before loyalty, disrespect before kindness, rejection before acceptance. The mind becomes defensive even in peaceful situations. And eventually, they stop experiencing the present moment clearly because old emotional pain keeps speaking louder than reality. Marcus Aurelius once wrote that the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, and when anger becomes a permanent mental habit, it slowly colors the entire personality. A person may become more cynical, more cold, more reactive, more emotionally exhausted, not because this is who they truly are, but because unresolved pain slowly became their emotional environment. What makes this even harder is that many people become attached to their anger without realizing it. The mind begins treating anger like protection. It says, "If I stay guarded, I cannot be hurt again." But that protection comes at a terrible price. Because while anger may protect the wound, it also blocks peace from entering. Some people have not felt emotionally relaxed in years. They laugh, but the tension remains underneath. They sleep, but the mind never fully rests. They accomplish goals, but still carry an invisible heaviness everywhere they go. This is what suppressed anger does. It steals softness from the personality little by little until survival becomes more familiar than peace. The Stoics understood that emotions ignored do not disappear. They simply move deeper into the mind, and whatever is buried alive continues influencing behavior from the shadows. A person may think they moved on from betrayal while still becoming defensive every time someone gets emotionally close. They may believe they forgave the past while secretly replaying old conversations in their head every night. And the body always remembers what the mouth refuses to say. This is why some people feel tired even after resting. Emotional tension consumes energy silently. Carrying unresolved resentment is like holding a heavy weight every hour of the day without ever putting it down. Eventually, the mind becomes exhausted from protecting pain that no longer needs protection. But one of the deepest truths the Stoics taught is this: you do not become stronger by holding pain forever. Real strength is learning how to release what no longer serves your peace. That does not mean pretending nothing happened. It does not mean allowing harmful people back into your life. And it does not mean becoming passive. It means refusing to let old anger continue shaping the person you are becoming. Because many people think their personality is fixed when in reality, it is often built around emotional survival. The guarded personality, the emotionally distant personality, the overly reactive personality, the constantly serious personality. Sometimes these are not true identities at all. Sometimes they are simply emotional armor worn for too long. And tonight, perhaps for the first time in a long time, you are beginning to notice the difference between who you are and who the pain forced you to become. That awareness alone is the beginning of freedom. And once you begin to see that some parts of your personality were built from old pain, another question rises quietly in the dark. How many fresh wounds are you still allowing into your mind every day? Because buried anger does not only grow from the past. Sometimes it grows from the small insults you keep letting enter the deepest room of your spirit. A careless word can ruin a peaceful heart if the mind opens the door too quickly. One sentence, one look, one tone, one joke that does not feel like a joke. And suddenly, the whole inner world changes. The body tightens, the thoughts sharpen, the heart begins preparing a defense. But the Stoics understood something rare. Not every insult deserves a place inside you. Most people do not suffer from insults themselves. They suffer from what the mind does with them afterward. Someone says something rude, and the words may last only 5 seconds. But the mind can stretch those 5 seconds into 5 hours, 5 days, or even 5 years. It repeats the tone. It studies the face. It builds arguments that were never spoken. It creates imaginary victories. And by the time the night comes, the person who insulted you may be sleeping peacefully while you're still fighting their shadow inside your head. This is why the Stoics trained themselves to pause before accepting offense. They knew that an insult is like a small burning coal thrown toward the mind. If you catch it, it burns you. If you let it fall, it loses its power. The insult may arrive, but it does not have to enter. The words may be spoken, but they do not have to become your identity. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not by events themselves, but by the judgments they place upon those events. This is a powerful key. A person may call you weak, foolish, selfish, or unimportant. But the real wound begins when your mind says, "This means something about me." That is the doorway. That is where anger enters, not through the ear, but through agreement. The Stoic practice is not to pretend words never hurt. It is to slow down enough to ask, is this true, or is this just noise? Because every insult is either false, partly true, or fully true. If it is false, why carry it? If someone calls the sky green, the sky does not panic. It remains what it is. If the insult is partly true, then it becomes information, not humiliation. And if it is fully true, then it becomes a teacher, not an enemy. That single shift can save the mind from years of bitterness. Many people turn insults into emotional monuments. They remember who said it, where they stood, what day it happened, what they should have said back. They polish the memory like a painful treasure, but in truth, they are preserving poison. They are letting one careless person become a permanent resident in the mind, and nothing gives another human being more power than allowing their words to live rent-free inside your peace. The Stoics would ask a simple question: who is truly in control here? The person who spoke the insult once, or the person who repeats it 1,000 times within? This question is not comfortable, but it is freeing, because it returns power to where it belongs. There is a quiet dignity in refusing to be easily provoked, not because you are weak, not because you cannot respond, but because you are too disciplined to become a puppet for someone else's mood. Many people walk through life throwing sparks because their own inner world is burning. If you catch every spark, you become part of their fire. But if you let it die before it enters the mind, you remain untouched. This does not mean you allow disrespect in your life. Stoicism is not emotional weakness. It is emotional command. You can correct someone calmly. You can walk away. You can set a boundary. You can choose distance. But you do not need to drink anger first in order to prove you have self-respect. A calm boundary is often stronger than a loud reaction. The rare practice is to create a small space between the insult and your interpretation. In that space, you breathe, you observe, you do not rush to defend the ego. You ask, what is this really? Sometimes it is ignorance, sometimes insecurity, sometimes envy, sometimes pain speaking through another person's mouth. And sometimes it is simply a careless sound from a careless mind. None of these deserve your inner throne. At night, many people replay insults because they never gave the mind closure. The body still feels attacked. The ego still wants justice. The heart still wants recognition. But peace begins when you stop waiting for the person who disturbed you to become wise enough to repair what they damaged. Some people will never understand the weight of their own words. Waiting for them to understand can become another prison. So tonight, as the body softens and the world becomes quiet, let this thought settle gently. An insult only becomes powerful when you adopt it. Without your agreement, it remains outside. Without your repetition, it fades. Without your emotional fuel, it dies. You do not have to answer every sharp word. You do not have to carry every rude tone. You do not have to defend your worth before every confused person. The Stoic mind learns to let insults arrive like arrows that fall short of the soul, seen but not swallowed, heard but not obeyed, not because the world has become kinder, but because the inner gate has become stronger. And the more you practice this, the less anger finds a place to grow. And after a while, you begin to notice something deeper. Not every reaction comes from the present moment. Sometimes the anger exploding inside an adult was born many years earlier, inside a younger version of them that never felt safe, respected, or fully seen. Some emotional wounds do not disappear with age. They simply grow older with the person carrying them. A child may forget the exact words spoken years ago, but the nervous system remembers the feeling, the embarrassment, the rejection, the laughter in the room after a mistake, the harsh criticism, the comparison to others, the moment they felt small in front of people whose approval meant everything. And because children do not yet understand how to process humiliation, many learn to bury it instead. A child cannot always defend themselves. They cannot always leave the environment. They cannot always explain their emotions clearly. So the pain stays inside quietly, hidden beneath obedience, hidden beneath silence, hidden beneath smiles. But buried humiliation rarely disappears. It waits, and over time it slowly transforms into anger. This is why some adults react so strongly to disrespect. The reaction is not only about the present situation, it awakens older emotions sleeping underneath. A simple criticism from a coworker may reopen the emotional memory of being mocked as a child. A cold tone from a partner may awaken the feeling of never being emotionally safe growing up. The body reacts as if the old wound is happening again in real time. The Stoics believed that unexamined emotions quietly control behavior from the shadows. And childhood humiliation is one of the deepest hidden forces shaping adult personalities. Because humiliation attacks something very delicate inside the human mind: dignity. When a child is repeatedly shamed, ignored, laughed at, or emotionally crushed, they often begin building survival identities. Some become people pleasers to avoid rejection. Some become emotionally cold to avoid vulnerability. Some become overly aggressive because anger feels safer than helplessness. Others become perfectionists because mistakes once brought emotional pain. The tragedy is that many adults spend decades protecting wounds they never fully understood. A boy who was constantly humiliated for crying may grow into a man who suppresses every emotion until it explodes in rage. A girl who was constantly criticized may grow into a woman who becomes defensive over the smallest feedback because her nervous system still connects criticism with emotional danger. This is why buried childhood pain often appears indirectly. It rarely announces itself honestly. Instead of saying, "I still feel hurt," the adult becomes impatient, controlling, reactive, or emotionally distant. The humiliation changes form over time. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to the condition of their inner world. A person carrying unresolved shame from childhood may unknowingly spend their entire life trying to reclaim the dignity they once lost. They may crave respect obsessively. They may fear embarrassment more than failure itself. They may become deeply uncomfortable with vulnerability because humiliation taught them that openness leads to pain. And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many people eventually become harsh toward themselves in the same voice that once wounded them. The critical parent becomes the inner critic. The mocking classroom becomes self-doubt. The emotional neglect becomes inner emptiness. The humiliation continues internally long after the original people are gone. This creates a quiet rage inside many adults. Not always loud rage. Sometimes it becomes resentment toward life itself. Resentment toward people who seem confident. Resentment toward happiness. Even resentment toward themselves for never feeling good enough. The anger spreads silently because the original wound was never comforted properly. Some people become addicted to proving themselves because deep inside they still feel emotionally rejected. Every achievement becomes an attempt to erase old humiliation. Every success becomes emotional compensation for a younger self that once felt invisible. But external success cannot fully heal internal shame. A person may build a powerful life while still carrying the emotional scars of childhood humiliation underneath it all. The Stoics understood that healing begins with awareness, not denial. You cannot free yourself from emotional chains you refuse to acknowledge. And sometimes the deepest healing comes from finally admitting that certain experiences hurt more than you allowed yourself to believe. Not every painful childhood leaves bruises visible to the eye. Some wounds are invisible but shape entire lives. The child who was constantly laughed at may become terrified of looking foolish. The child who was ignored may become desperate for validation. The child who was emotionally unsafe may struggle to trust love fully. The child who felt powerless may grow into an adult obsessed with control, and underneath all these behaviors often sits one silent emotion, unresolved humiliation. But the Stoic path is not about blaming the past forever. It is about understanding it clearly enough that it no longer unconsciously controls your present. Because once awareness enters the wound, the cycle begins to weaken. You begin noticing that some reactions are not truly about today. Some anger belongs to old rooms, old voices, old fears, old moments where you felt emotionally crushed and never fully recovered. And suddenly, instead of judging yourself for your reactions, you begin understanding them with compassion and discipline together. That balance matters deeply. Compassion without discipline keeps people trapped in victimhood. Discipline without compassion keeps people emotionally frozen. Stoicism teaches both. To observe yourself honestly, without hatred. Tonight, perhaps for the first time, you are beginning to see that some of your anger was never really hatred. It was pain that learned how to defend itself, and that realization softens something inside the nervous system. Because the child within you was never asking to become angry. They were asking to feel safe, to feel respected, to feel seen without shame. And sometimes healing begins the moment you stop attacking yourself for the survival patterns your younger mind created just to endure emotionally difficult years. The silence inside you starts changing when understanding finally replaces hidden shame. And slowly, the anger that once felt permanent begins losing its grip. And as the deeper layers of anger begin revealing themselves, another quiet habit comes into focus. One that steals peace from millions of people every single night without them even noticing it. The body becomes still. The room becomes silent. But the mind keeps arguing with ghosts that are no longer even there. Some of the most exhausting battles in life happen entirely inside the mind. No voices in the room, no audience, no real conversation happening anymore. Just endless mental replays of things that should have ended long ago. The argument from 5 years ago, the betrayal you never fully answered, the disrespect you wish you handled differently, the perfect comeback arriving hours too late while staring into darkness. And somehow, the body reacts as if the conflict is happening again in real time. The heart rate changes, the jaw tightens, the stomach hardens. The nervous system prepares for war while lying safely in bed. This is the hidden addiction many people never recognize: emotional replay. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes attached to whatever emotion it repeatedly feeds, and old arguments are powerful because they create the illusion of control. The mind believes that if it replays the conversation enough times, it might finally rewrite the pain. It searches for a better ending, a stronger response, a different outcome where dignity was protected perfectly. But the past never changes through mental repetition. The wound only becomes more deeply carved into the nervous system. Many people think they replay arguments because they are seeking justice, but often they are actually seeking emotional certainty. The mind wants closure. It wants to feel safe again. It wants to remove the discomfort of unresolved emotion, so it keeps reopening old conversations like touching a bruise just to check if it still hurts. And slowly, the replay becomes habitual, night after night, year after year, until the brain no longer knows how to rest in silence. Some people cannot sit quietly for 5 minutes without mentally revisiting conflict. The mind becomes addicted to emotional stimulation because peace feels unfamiliar, calm feels empty, stillness feels unsafe. So the brain unconsciously creates internal drama to maintain emotional movement. This is why many people feel emotionally exhausted even on peaceful days. Their outer life may be calm, but their inner world never stops fighting invisible battles. They spend more time arguing in their head than living in the present moment. Marcus Aurelius warned himself constantly about this trap. He understood that the mind can become its own prison when it refuses to release what no longer exists. He practiced returning himself to the present moment again and again, because he knew that suffering multiplies when imagination keeps feeding old pain. And this replay habit does something dangerous over time. It strengthens emotional identity around the wound itself. A person stops saying, "Something painful happened to me." Instead, they unconsciously become the person the pain happened to. The betrayal becomes part of identity. The insult becomes part of identity. The humiliation becomes part of identity. And every replay deepens the emotional attachment. This is why some people secretly fear letting go of old arguments. Without the anger, they no longer know who they are emotionally. The pain became familiar. The resentment became routine. The mental replay became a strange form of companionship during lonely nights. But the Stoics believed that freedom begins when you stop worshipping the memory of suffering, not denying it, not suppressing it, but refusing to feed it endlessly, because every replay teaches the brain that the danger is still active. The nervous system cannot tell the difference between a real threat and a vividly replayed emotional memory. So every night, the body prepares again. More stress hormones, more tension, more emotional exhaustion, all from conversations that ended long ago. This is why unresolved mental replay slowly affects personality. People become more irritable, more distracted, more emotionally reactive, more tired, not because life is attacking them constantly, but because their inner world never fully powers down. And strangely enough, the mind often replays arguments most intensely during the night because silence removes distractions. During the day, tasks and responsibilities temporarily cover emotional wounds. But at night, there is nothing left to hide behind. The unresolved emotions rise quietly into awareness. That is why nighttime can feel emotionally heavy for so many people, not because darkness creates pain, but because silence exposes what the noise was helping them avoid. The Stoic response to this is deeply powerful. Instead of entering the replay unconsciously, you begin observing it calmly. You notice the urge without feeding it. You see the memory arise without becoming consumed by it. You stop trying to win conversations that no longer exist. This takes practice because the ego always wants one more argument, one more defense, one more imaginary victory. But peace begins the moment you realize that no amount of mental replay will change what already happened. The only thing being damaged now is your present peace. And perhaps the hardest truth is this: many of the people who hurt you have already moved on emotionally while you're still carrying the argument inside your body every night. That realization can feel painful at first, but it is also liberating, because it reminds you that healing is not waiting for them to return and repair the wound. Healing is deciding that your mind deserves rest, even if the past was unfair. Tonight, instead of replaying old battles, you begin practicing something different. You let the conversation end. You let the silence remain silence. You stop preparing speeches for people who are no longer present. You stop defending yourself before imaginary versions of the past. And slowly, the nervous system begins learning that it no longer needs to stay emotionally armed through the night. Because true rest only begins when the mind finally puts down the arguments it was never meant to carry forever. And once the mind stops replaying old arguments every night, something uncomfortable begins to appear underneath the silence. A realization many people spend their whole lives avoiding. Sometimes the pain is no longer just a memory. Sometimes it has quietly become part of the personality itself. There are people who no longer know who they are without resentment. It shapes the way they speak, the way they trust, the way they enter relationships, and even the way they view the world. The anger becomes so familiar that it stops feeling like an emotion and starts feeling like identity. At first, resentment usually begins as protection. Someone lies to you, betrays you, humiliates you, abandons you, and naturally, the mind wants to defend itself from experiencing that pain again. So it creates emotional walls. It remembers the wound carefully. It stays alert. It promises never to be vulnerable in the same way again. But over time, something dangerous happens. The resentment that was supposed to protect you slowly begins defining you. A person may start saying things like, "I don't trust anybody anymore. People are selfish. Everyone eventually disappoints you." These statements feel wise because they were born from pain, but many times they are not wisdom at all. They are emotional scars speaking through the personality. The Stoics believed that whatever dominates your thoughts eventually shapes your character. And resentment is powerful because it constantly asks the mind to look backward instead of forward. It turns old pain into a lens through which every new experience gets filtered. A person hurt by betrayal may begin suspecting loyalty even when it is genuine. A person deeply rejected may begin pushing people away before closeness can grow. A person humiliated repeatedly may become obsessed with appearing strong at all times. The resentment quietly reshapes behavior while convincing the person they are simply being realistic. This is why resentment can feel strangely comforting. It gives people a story about themselves, a reason for their emotional distance, a justification for their coldness, a shield against vulnerability. The pain becomes emotionally useful, and the ego loves emotional usefulness because resentment creates a feeling of moral superiority. The mind says, "I was wronged. I was treated unfairly. I am the one who suffered." And while those things may be true, the ego can secretly begin feeding on that identity, not because the person enjoys pain consciously, but because the resentment provides emotional certainty. It explains why they feel disconnected, why they struggle to trust, why they remain emotionally guarded, why they cannot relax fully around others. Without resentment, they would have to face the deeper fear underneath it all, the fear of being hurt again. So many people choose familiar bitterness over vulnerable healing. Marcus Aurelius warned himself constantly against becoming emotionally shaped by the behavior of others. He knew that resentment slowly turns the wounded person into a reflection of the very pain they despise. A bitter world creates bitter minds when awareness is absent. And resentment changes people quietly. It makes laughter less natural. Softness begins disappearing. Suspicion replaces openness. The heart becomes cautious, even during moments that should feel peaceful. Eventually, the person stops responding to life as it truly is and starts responding to life through accumulated emotional injury. This is why some people seem emotionally heavy even during good moments. The resentment follows them everywhere. They may be sitting at dinner while mentally revisiting betrayal. They may receive love while still emotionally attached to abandonment. The past becomes more emotionally real than the present moment. And what makes resentment especially dangerous is that it often disguises itself as strength. Some people think holding on to anger proves they respect themselves, but Stoicism teaches something deeper. True strength is not emotional hardness. True strength is emotional mastery. Anyone can stay angry. Staying open without becoming naive requires far greater discipline. Resentment also creates emotional isolation. A person carrying deep bitterness often struggles to fully connect with others because part of the mind remains emotionally defensive at all times. They may crave closeness while unconsciously resisting it. They may want peace while secretly feeding the stories that keep the pain alive. This creates an exhausting inner conflict. The soul wants rest. The ego wants revenge. The heart wants connection. The fear wants protection. And many people spend years trapped between these emotional forces without understanding why they feel so internally divided. The Stoics believed that peace begins when you stop building your identity around what hurt you, because pain may be part of your story, but it was never meant to become your entire personality. You are not only the betrayal, not only the rejection, not only the humiliation, not only the disappointment. Those experiences affected you deeply, but they are not the full definition of who you are. And healing begins the moment you stop introducing yourself to life through old wounds. This does not mean forgetting what happened. Stoicism is not emotional blindness. It means refusing to let pain become the center of your identity forever. It means allowing yourself to exist beyond survival mode. Some people have carried resentment for so long that peace feels unfamiliar. They become uncomfortable during calm moments because the nervous system expects emotional conflict constantly. Silence feels suspicious. Kindness feels temporary. Happiness feels unsafe because the mind learned long ago that pain often arrives unexpectedly afterward. But slowly, through awareness, the identity begins loosening. You start noticing the stories resentment keeps repeating. You start seeing how often the mind returns to old emotional injuries. You start realizing that some parts of your personality were built around protecting wounds instead of expressing your true nature. And in that awareness, something powerful begins happening. The resentment stops feeling like you. It starts feeling like something you have been carrying, and anything carried long enough can finally be put down, even after years, even after silence, even after pain became familiar. The soul still remembers how to return to peace once it stops confusing suffering with identity. And as resentment slowly loosens its grip on your identity, another truth quietly reveals itself. Not every emotional wound disappears because you confront it directly. Some wounds fade because you finally stop feeding them. You stop revisiting them, stop rehearsing them, stop emotionally watering the same pain every single day. A grudge survives through attention. Without attention, it weakens. Without emotional fuel, it slowly begins starving. Most people think grudges stay alive because of how painful the original event was, but often the pain continues because the mind keeps returning to it repeatedly. The memory becomes a ritual, the anger becomes familiar, the resentment becomes emotionally active through constant mental replay. Every time the story is retold internally, the wound receives fresh energy. The Stoics understood something extremely powerful. Emotions grow where attention flows. If you continuously feed bitterness, bitterness expands. If you repeatedly revisit betrayal, betrayal remains emotionally alive inside the nervous system. The grudge becomes like a fire kept alive by constant pieces of emotional wood thrown into it day after day. And many people do this without noticing. They revisit old conversations while driving, replay betrayal before sleeping, retell painful stories to themselves during quiet moments, study the behavior of people who hurt them, secretly fantasize about revenge, justice, or emotional payback. All of this feeds the grudge. Even silence can feed it if the mind remains emotionally attached. This is why some people stay emotionally trapped by events that happened decades earlier. The body aged, but the resentment never did. The mind preserved it carefully like an emotional museum piece, and over time the grudge stopped hurting the original person and started poisoning the one carrying it. The Stoic art is different. Instead of fighting the grudge aggressively, you begin starving it quietly. You stop giving it emotional meals. You stop making it the center of your mental life. You stop building daily rituals around remembering pain. At first, this feels unnatural because the ego believes constant remembering equals protection. It says, if I let go, I might become vulnerable again. But the Stoics knew that holding on to anger does not guarantee safety. It only guarantees continued inner disturbance. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning his focus again and again to what remained within his control. He understood that people could insult him, betray him, misunderstand him, or disappoint him, but he still had authority over one thing, whether he continued feeding the emotional wound afterward. This is where real freedom begins. Not when the world becomes kinder, not when everyone apologizes, not when the past changes, but when your mind stops volunteering its peace to old pain. And emotional starvation does not mean emotional suppression. This is important. Stoicism is not pretending nothing happened. It is not denying hurt feelings. It is not becoming emotionally numb. It is becoming disciplined enough to stop emotionally rehearsing, suffering endlessly. Some people confuse attachment with healing. They believe constantly revisiting the pain means they are processing it, but many times they are simply reliving it. True healing gradually reduces emotional dependence on the wound itself. A grudge weakens when the mind stops worshipping the memory of injustice. This can happen in very small ways. You stop checking whether the person who hurt you is suffering. You stop imagining arguments you will never have. You stop collecting emotional evidence against them. You stop turning their behavior into the central story of your life. And slowly, something changes inside the nervous system. The emotional intensity begins fading, not because the event becomes acceptable, but because the mind is no longer feeding it every day. The Stoics often compared the mind to a garden. Whatever you water grows stronger. If you water resentment constantly, it spreads roots into every corner of your personality. But if you redirect attention toward peace, discipline, wisdom, gratitude, and self-respect, the grudge slowly loses its emotional supply. And at first, The ego resists this deeply. Because grudges create identity, they create emotional purpose, they create the illusion of moral superiority. Without the grudge, some people secretly fear emotional emptiness. They no longer know who they are without the conflict. This is why many people unconsciously revive old anger during calm moments. Peace feels unfamiliar, so the mind returns to pain, because pain feels emotionally known. But the Stoics believed peace is a practice of returning, not reacting. Returning to the present moment, returning to self-command, returning to clarity, returning to the understanding that no external person deserves permanent ownership of your inner world. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of emotional maturity is realizing that some people will never fully understand the damage they caused. Waiting for perfect closure can keep a grudge alive forever. But emotional freedom begins when your healing no longer depends on another person's awareness. You stop waiting for them to finally become who you needed them to be. That is when the emotional starvation truly begins. Because now the wound is no longer being fed by expectation. The nervous system starts relaxing. The mind becomes quieter. The emotional replay becomes less frequent, not through force, but through disinterest. The grudge slowly starves because your attention finally leaves it behind. And one day, something surprising happens. You remember the event, but the emotional charge is weaker. The body no longer tightens the same way. The mind no longer burns with the same intensity. The wound exists in memory, but it no longer controls the atmosphere of your inner world. This is the quiet power of Stoicism, not dramatic revenge, not emotional suppression, but the disciplined refusal to keep feeding pain long after the original moment has passed. Because eventually, every grudge asks one final question: will you continue giving me your life? And peace begins the moment your soul calmly answers, no. And when a grudge is fed long enough, it eventually stops living only in the mind. The body begins carrying it too. The face changes. The posture changes. The nervous system changes. Emotional pain that remains unspoken for years slowly starts writing itself into the physical body. Many people think emotions disappear if they are never expressed, but the body remembers what the mouth stays silent about. A person may say, "I'm fine," while their shoulders stay permanently tense. They may smile politely while their jaw remains tight every day. They may act calm while their stomach constantly feels heavy with stress. Over time, unspoken bitterness becomes physical. The nervous system was never designed to carry emotional poison forever. The Stoics understood that inner disturbance eventually shapes outward presence. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the soul affects the face, and this becomes painfully true with bitterness. A person carrying years of resentment often develops a certain heaviness around them, not because they are bad people, but because unresolved emotional tension slowly changes how the body exists in the world. You can sometimes see it in the eyes first. The softness disappears. The nervous system stays alert even during peaceful moments. The face struggles to fully relax because the mind underneath never fully relaxes either. Some people have carried emotional disappointment for so long that their body has forgotten what genuine ease feels like. Bitterness also changes breathing patterns. A calm person usually breathes deeply and naturally, but a person carrying buried anger often breathes shallowly without realizing it. The body stays prepared for emotional defense. The chest tightens. The muscles remain slightly guarded. Even sleep becomes lighter because the nervous system remains emotionally watchful through the night. And slowly, this constant internal tension begins affecting health itself. Stress hormones remain elevated longer. Sleep quality weakens. Digestion becomes affected. Energy levels decrease. The immune system suffers quietly. The body starts carrying the emotional weight physically because emotional pain and physical tension are deeply connected. The Stoics believed that peace was not simply a mental luxury. It was necessary for a balanced life. A disturbed mind eventually creates a disturbed body. And many people spend years treating physical exhaustion while ignoring the emotional bitterness exhausting them underneath. Some individuals become chronically tired not because they are lazy, but because emotional tension consumes enormous energy every single day. Holding resentment requires constant mental activity, constant vigilance, constant emotional guarding, constant unconscious preparation for future disappointment. The body pays for all of it. There is also something deeply sad that happens to the face over time when bitterness remains unresolved. Expressions become harder. Warmth becomes rarer. A person may stop laughing fully. Their reactions become shorter. Their eyes lose curiosity. They begin carrying emotional heaviness even during ordinary moments because the nervous system has adapted itself around pain. And often they do not even notice the transformation happening. Bitterness changes posture too. A person emotionally defeated by life may begin moving through the world with invisible heaviness. The body folds inward slightly. The energy lowers. Even confidence becomes affected because the mind underneath still carries old emotional burdens. The Stoics would often observe nature carefully. They understood that living things naturally soften when they are healthy. Trees bend with the wind. Water flows around obstacles. But bitterness creates emotional rigidity. The mind hardens. The body follows. And eventually, a person becomes emotionally stiff toward life itself. This is why deeply bitter people often struggle to receive love, kindness, or peace naturally. Their nervous system has adapted to emotional defense for so long that calmness feels unfamiliar, sometimes even suspicious. A compliment feels uncomfortable. Kindness feels temporary. Rest feels undeserved. The body stays emotionally prepared for disappointment even when no threat exists. And perhaps the most dangerous part is this: bitterness rarely announces itself honestly. Very few people wake up and say, "I am becoming bitter." Instead, it disguises itself as realism, as toughness, as emotional independence. But underneath it all often sits accumulated hurt that was never properly released. The Stoics believed that wisdom required self-observation, the ability to notice what your inner state is slowly turning you into. Because if awareness disappears, emotional wounds begin shaping the personality and body automatically. A person may become more impatient every year, more emotionally cold, more exhausted, more disconnected from joy, not because life destroyed them completely, but because unresolved bitterness quietly hardened them over time. And the body carries this story silently. The sleepless nights, the emotional tension, the silent resentment, the years of carrying disappointment without release, all of it leaves traces. But the beautiful truth hidden underneath all this is that the body can also heal when the mind begins softening. When forgiveness enters, the nervous system changes. When resentment weakens, the muscles relax. When emotional safety returns, breathing deepens again. When the mind stops preparing for emotional war constantly, the body slowly relearns peace. Healing is not only emotional, it becomes physical too. The Stoics understood that inner harmony creates outer harmony. A peaceful mind affects the eyes, the voice, the posture, the breathing, the entire atmosphere around a person. Some people feel calming to be around, not because their life was easy, but because they stopped carrying unnecessary emotional poison inside themselves. And tonight, Perhaps your body is beginning to realize something it has not felt in a very long time. It no longer wants to carry old bitterness like armor. The shoulders are tired, the jaw is tired, the nervous system is tired. The soul is tired of remaining emotionally guarded every second of the day, and maybe healing begins here. Not through force, not through pretending, but through finally allowing the body to stop holding emotions the heart was never meant to carry forever. Because peace is not only something the mind experiences, it is something the body remembers too. And as the body slowly begins releasing the tension it carried for years, another strange truth reveals itself during the quietest hours of the night. Anger often grows louder in darkness. Thoughts become heavier. Old memories become sharper. Emotions that stayed hidden during the day suddenly rise to the surface after midnight, as if the silence itself awakened them. Many people have experienced this without understanding why. A memory that seemed small during the afternoon suddenly feels painful at night. An insult becomes harder to ignore. A betrayal feels more personal. A regret becomes emotionally overwhelming. And the mind begins building emotional storms while the world sleeps peacefully around it. The Stoics understood that nighttime exposes the condition of the inner world. During the day, distractions protect people from themselves. Work, conversations, responsibilities, noise, movement, screens, and routines keep the mind occupied. But darkness removes those distractions. The silence strips away performance, and suddenly a person is left alone with their thoughts exactly as they are. This is where the midnight ego appears most strongly. The ego becomes louder at night because there is nothing left competing with it. No external stimulation, no social mask, no temporary escape, only the mind sitting face to face with unresolved emotion. And if anger still exists beneath the surface, nighttime gives it room to speak. That is why some people feel emotionally calm all day, but suddenly become consumed by frustration after lying in bed for 20 minutes. The mind begins reopening old files, old disrespect, old embarrassment, old betrayals, old conversations that wounded the ego deeply. And the strange thing is that darkness makes these emotions feel more real than they truly are in the present moment. Part of this happens because the nervous system changes at night. The external world slows down. Sensory distractions decrease. The brain naturally turns inward. Thoughts become amplified because attention is no longer divided across many things. Emotional memories that were quietly waiting beneath the surface finally have space to rise. But the Stoics saw something deeper. They understood that anger often grows strongest when the ego feels unseen. During the daytime, the ego stays distracted by activity and identity. It focuses on goals, work, conversations, responsibilities, appearances. But at night, those external identities temporarily disappear. And if someone secretly built their self-worth around pride, control, validation, or unresolved pain, the silence becomes emotionally uncomfortable. This is why nighttime anger often feels strangely personal and dramatic. The ego starts replaying events with emotional exaggeration. How could they treat me like that? They should have respected me more. I should have said something stronger. They were wrong about me. The mind creates entire emotional speeches in darkness because the ego desperately wants to reclaim wounded pride. And the more exhausted the body becomes, the less disciplined the mind often becomes too. Emotional reactions grow stronger when mental clarity weakens. This is why many arguments, emotional spirals, impulsive messages, and painful thoughts happen late at night. Fatigue lowers emotional resistance. The ego becomes more reactive. The mind loses perspective. Marcus Aurelius practiced preparing his mind for these moments carefully. He understood that emotional storms often appear strongest when awareness weakens. So instead of trusting every feeling automatically, he trained himself to observe his thoughts calmly before believing them. This is one of the deepest Stoic skills, realizing that not every nighttime emotion deserves complete trust. Some thoughts feel true simply because they are emotionally intense, but intensity is not always wisdom. Darkness magnifies emotional energy. A small wound can feel enormous at midnight. A passing insecurity can suddenly feel permanent. Anger can feel justified simply because the nervous system is tired and emotionally unguarded. And this creates a dangerous cycle for many people. They replay pain at night. Sleep becomes disturbed. The nervous system stays stressed. Emotional exhaustion increases. Then the next night becomes even harder emotionally. Over time, nighttime itself begins feeling emotionally unsafe because the mind associates darkness with unresolved suffering. The Stoics believed that peace required learning how to sit with thoughts without becoming owned by them, especially at night. Instead of entering every emotional replay, you begin watching the mind gently. You notice the ego trying to reopen old battles. You notice the desire to mentally defend yourself. You notice the urge to turn pain into identity again. But instead of feeding those thoughts, you let them pass through like distant weather. This changes everything slowly, because the ego survives through reaction. Without reaction, it weakens. Without emotional feeding, its dramatic stories lose power. The Stoics often reminded themselves how small human conflicts truly are when viewed from a wider perspective. The insult, the embarrassment, the betrayal. Painful, yes, but temporary within the larger movement of life itself. The ego wants every wound to feel eternal because it fears insignificance. But wisdom softens that illusion. At night, this perspective becomes especially important. You begin realizing that not every thought arriving in darkness deserves permanent emotional importance. Some thoughts are simply exhaustion speaking. Some are loneliness speaking. Some are old wounds seeking attention. And some are merely the ego refusing to let the day end peacefully. But slowly, awareness changes the relationship with those thoughts. You stop treating every emotional reaction like a command. You stop believing every angry thought automatically. You stop turning midnight emotions into permanent truths about your life. And gradually, the darkness becomes quieter inside. The body softens. The breathing slows. The nervous system realizes it no longer needs to prepare for emotional war every night. Because the real enemy was never the darkness itself. It was the unconscious ego feeding anger in silence while the soul quietly begged for rest. And tonight, perhaps for the first time in a long time, you are allowing the night to become what it was always meant to be. Not a courtroom for old pain, not a battlefield for wounded pride, but a place where the mind finally learns how to loosen its grip and let peace enter gently through the silence. And after learning how the ego grows louder in darkness, another deeper skill begins to emerge, one that very few people ever truly master: the ability to feel anger without letting it completely take control of the mind. Most people do not observe anger, they become it. The moment anger appears, their identity fuses with the emotion immediately. The voice changes, the breathing changes, the thoughts sharpen, the body tightens, and suddenly the anger is no longer something they are experiencing. It becomes who they are in that moment. This is why people often say things during anger that do not even fully reflect their true character. The emotion temporarily hijacks awareness, and afterward, many sit alone wondering, why did I react that way? Because the anger moved faster than consciousness itself. The Stoics trained for something extremely rare, not the suppression of anger, not pretending it does not exist. but observing it carefully without surrendering control to it. This changes everything. Because the moment you can observe anger calmly, a small distance appears between you and the emotion. And in that distance, freedom begins. Most people think emotions happen too quickly to control, but the Stoics understood that between the feeling and the reaction, there is always a small moment of awareness available. Tiny at first, almost invisible, but powerful enough to change an entire life if strengthened consistently. A person insults you. The body reacts instantly. Heat rises in the chest. The ego prepares for defense. The mind searches for attack. But instead of immediately obeying the anger, you pause internally and simply notice it. There is anger, not "I am anger." That difference may sound small, but spiritually and psychologically, it is enormous. The Stoics believed that emotions lose much of their destructive power when they are observed clearly instead of blindly acted out. Because awareness interrupts emotional possession. The anger may still exist in the body, but now consciousness is present too. And awareness changes the atmosphere completely. Suddenly, the anger becomes something passing through you instead of something controlling you. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to stand apart from emotional storms internally. He understood that the mind always has the ability to step back and observe its reactions instead of becoming enslaved by them. This did not make him emotionless, it made him disciplined. Many people confuse emotional intensity with truth. They think strong feelings automatically justify strong reactions. But the Stoics knew that anger often distorts perception. It exaggerates disrespect. It magnifies offense. It turns temporary moments into permanent emotional drama. Observation weakens this distortion. When you observe anger calmly, you start noticing things most people never see. You notice how quickly the ego creates stories. You notice how the body prepares for conflict before the mind even understands what happened. You notice how old wounds attach themselves to present moments. You notice how the urge to react often fades if you simply remain still long enough. This is why the Stoics practiced stillness before response, not because they lacked courage, but because they understood that unconscious reaction is weakness disguised as strength. Anyone can explode emotionally, anyone can lose control, anyone can speak from wounded pride. But remaining aware inside emotional fire requires enormous inner discipline. And strangely enough, observing anger without feeding it often reveals something surprising underneath it. Pain, fear, embarrassment, disappointment, sadness. Many times anger is simply the outer armor protecting more vulnerable emotions underneath. But if reaction happens too quickly, those deeper truths remain hidden forever. The Stoics wanted clarity more than emotional victory. That is why they watched their emotions carefully instead of worshipping them blindly. And this practice becomes especially powerful at night. A painful memory appears. The anger rises again. The mind wants to replay the insult. But now, instead of immediately entering the emotional storm, you observe it quietly. You notice the tension in the chest, the tightening in the jaw, the rush of thoughts demanding reaction, and rather than fighting the anger aggressively, you simply remain present with it. No suppression, no explosion, just awareness. This creates a strange shift inside the nervous system. The emotion begins moving differently because it is no longer being fed automatically. Awareness slows the emotional chain reaction. The Stoics often compared the mind to a clear sky. Thoughts and emotions are like weather passing through it. Some storms are intense, some are gentle, but the sky itself remains larger than every storm moving across it. Most people identify completely with the storm. The Stoic learns to remain the sky. And over time, This practice changes the relationship with anger completely. The emotion still appears sometimes because you are human, but it no longer owns your behavior. It no longer controls your words automatically. It no longer defines your identity. Instead, anger becomes information, a signal, something to observe, understand, and release wisely, not something to become. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom a human being can experience. The realization that emotions can visit the mind without taking control of the soul. You stop fearing your feelings. You stop drowning inside reactions. You stop becoming emotionally possessed by every painful moment. And gradually, a deeper calm begins forming underneath everything. Not because life stopped being difficult, but because awareness finally became stronger than unconscious reaction. Tonight, as silence settles around you once more, perhaps you are beginning to feel this space growing inside yourself too. The space between feeling and reaction, between anger and identity, between emotional storms and inner peace. And within that space, the mind slowly discovers what true self-command actually feels like. And the more aware you become of anger itself, the more you begin noticing another hidden habit living beneath it. One that quietly keeps emotional wounds alive long after the original pain has passed. The habit of imagining revenge. Not always physical revenge, sometimes emotional revenge. The fantasy of finally humiliating the person who hurt you, finally proving them wrong, finally watching them suffer the same confusion, rejection, or heartbreak they once caused you. Many people never act on these fantasies outwardly, but internally the mind keeps rehearsing them over and over again, and each replay traps the nervous system deeper inside the original suffering. At first, revenge fantasies can feel strangely satisfying. The ego feels temporarily stronger. The wounded pride imagines restoration. The mind creates scenes where justice finally arrives exactly the way it wanted. But the Stoics understood something most people never realize. The body cannot fully relax while the mind is still preparing for emotional war. Every revenge fantasy keeps the nervous system emotionally connected to the wound. The anger remains active. The stress remains active. The emotional attachment remains active. Even though the event already ended, the body continues behaving as if the conflict is still happening in the present. This is why revenge fantasies become emotionally addictive. For a brief moment, they make powerless people feel powerful again. For a brief moment, wounded pride feels restored. For a brief moment, the ego feels safe from humiliation. But afterward, the nervous system remains disturbed because the fantasy solved nothing internally. It only reactivated the pain again. The Stoics believed that anger promises strength while secretly draining peace. And revenge fantasies are one of anger's favorite disguises because they trick the mind into believing suffering is productive. But suffering repeated internally is still suffering. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that the best response to cruelty was not becoming consumed by it. He understood that revenge often transforms the wounded person into a permanent prisoner of the original offense. The mind stays emotionally chained to the very person it claims to hate. This is why some people cannot stop thinking about those who hurt them. The nervous system remains emotionally attached through resentment. The mind stays alert, the body stays tense. The emotional wound stays open because revenge fantasies keep touching it repeatedly. And over time, this constant emotional activation exhausts the entire inner world. Some people lose sleep replaying imaginary confrontations. Some rehearse speeches for years that will never be spoken. Some secretly hope life destroys the people who hurt them, so their own pain can finally feel justified. But the tragedy is this: While the mind waits for revenge, life itself quietly passes by. Peace gets delayed, joy gets delayed, healing gets delayed. The nervous system stays trapped in emotional survival mode, while the soul keeps waiting for a future moment that will somehow erase the pain completely. But revenge rarely brings the emotional freedom people imagine. Even when revenge succeeds outwardly, the inner wound often remains untouched because the real suffering was never only about the event itself. It was about the emotional attachment formed afterward. The Stoics understood that true freedom is not controlling what happens to others. It is regaining command over your own inner state. And revenge fantasies destroy that command slowly, because every fantasy teaches the nervous system the same dangerous message. The threat is still active. So the body continues preparing emotionally. The muscles stay tense. The thoughts stay restless. The heart never fully settles, and eventually, a person can become emotionally exhausted from fighting wars that only exist inside imagination now. There is also something deeper hidden inside revenge fantasies that many people avoid facing honestly. Beneath the desire for revenge often sits grief. Grief that respect was lost. Grief that trust was broken. Grief that innocence disappeared. Grief that someone caused pain and simply continued living afterward. The ego converts this grief into anger because anger feels more powerful than sadness. Rage feels safer than heartbreak, but the Stoics believed wisdom begins when you stop hiding from the deeper emotion underneath the anger. Because once grief is acknowledged honestly, the nervous system starts softening. The fight slowly weakens. The emotional obsession begins loosening. You no longer need imaginary victory scenes every night just to feel emotionally safe. And strangely enough, many people fear letting go of revenge fantasies because they believe forgiveness means weakness. But Stoicism never taught emotional surrender to harmful people. It taught inner liberation. You can protect yourself without poisoning your inner world. You can walk away without carrying hatred forever. You can remember the lesson without feeding emotional destruction daily. That is real power. The Stoics often reminded themselves that people act according to their level of awareness. Hurt people spread hurt. Confused people create confusion. Emotionally blind people damage others without fully understanding themselves. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but understanding human weakness helps prevent hatred from taking permanent control of the soul. And eventually, something changes inside a person who stops feeding revenge fantasies. The body becomes lighter. The mind becomes quieter. The nervous system no longer feels constantly prepared for emotional battle. The wound begins healing because attention is no longer keeping it alive every night. Not every scar disappears completely, but it no longer controls the atmosphere of the inner world. And perhaps the deepest realization of all is this: the people who hurt you do not deserve permanent ownership of your peace. They already caused pain once. You do not have to continue reopening the wound for them inside your own mind forever. Tonight, the nervous system is learning something new. It no longer needs revenge to survive. It no longer needs emotional warfare to feel strong. It no longer needs imaginary victories to restore dignity. Because true healing begins when the soul finally understands that peace is not found in destroying others internally, but in no longer allowing their actions to keep destroying you. And after watching how revenge fantasies keep the nervous system trapped in pain, an even more uncomfortable truth begins to surface. One that most people never admit openly, even to themselves. Sometimes suffering becomes emotionally familiar. And when suffering becomes familiar long enough, part of the mind quietly begins protecting it. There is a hidden pleasure inside emotional victimhood that few people are willing to face honestly. not pleasure in pain itself, but pleasure in the identity that pain creates. Because victimhood can offer something emotionally seductive: protection from responsibility, moral superiority, sympathy, excuses for emotional distance, a permanent explanation for why life feels difficult, and the ego becomes deeply attached to these emotional rewards. At first, emotional victimhood is real suffering. Someone truly hurts you, betrays you, rejects you, humiliates you. The pain is not imaginary, the wound exists. But over time, the mind faces a choice: heal and slowly move forward, or unconsciously build an identity around the wound itself. Many people never realize when this shift happens. The pain stops being something they experienced. It becomes who they are. And once identity forms around suffering, letting go becomes emotionally complicated, because now healing feels like losing part of the self. The Stoics understood this danger clearly. They knew the ego often clings to emotional pain because pain can create meaning. A wounded person may secretly feel special through suffering, more morally right, more emotionally deep, more deserving of sympathy and understanding. And while none of this is usually conscious, the nervous system becomes emotionally attached to staying wounded. This is why some people resist healing without realizing it. Every solution gets rejected. Every peaceful moment feels temporary. Every attempt to move forward gets interrupted by returning to the old pain again. The ego quietly says, "If I stop suffering, who will I become?" This invisible attachment can appear in many forms. A person constantly retells the same betrayal story for years. Someone repeatedly reminds others how unfairly they were treated. Another person uses past pain to justify present cruelty. Some individuals reject love because suffering became safer than vulnerability. The victim identity slowly becomes emotionally comfortable because it explains everything: why trust is difficult, why anger remains, why growth feels impossible, why relationships fail, why peace never fully arrives. And the longer this identity remains active, the harder it becomes to separate the person from the wound. The Stoics believed that while pain is often unavoidable, remaining emotionally trapped inside pain forever is a different matter entirely. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that the mind always has the power to change its relationship with suffering. But that change requires brutal honesty with oneself. Because sometimes the greatest obstacle to healing is not the original wound. It is the ego's attachment to remaining wounded. This is difficult to accept because emotional victimhood often feels morally justified. And sometimes it is justified. Real harm happened. Real pain exists. Stoicism never denies that. But the danger begins when suffering becomes emotionally useful. A person may begin using pain to avoid growth, using hurt to avoid vulnerability, using betrayal to justify emotional coldness forever, using old wounds as permanent permission to stop evolving. And slowly, life becomes organized around protecting the injury instead of healing it. There is also a strange comfort inside victimhood because it removes uncertainty. If someone believes all suffering comes entirely from outside forces, they never have to face the frightening responsibility of rebuilding themselves internally. Blame becomes emotionally easier than transformation. But the Stoics believed true power begins the moment a person stops asking only, "What happened to me?" and starts asking, "What am I becoming because of it?" That question changes everything. Because now awareness enters the cycle. Now the mind begins noticing how often it returns to old suffering automatically, how it seeks emotional validation through pain, how it unconsciously protects resentment because resentment supports identity. And with this awareness comes a difficult realization. Healing requires surrendering certain emotional rewards the ego secretly enjoyed. The reward of always being right. The reward of emotional sympathy. The reward of blaming life forever. The reward of avoiding difficult inner work. The reward of staying emotionally protected behind wounded identity. This does not mean people choose trauma consciously. No one chooses deep emotional pain. But the ego can unconsciously become dependent on the psychological structure built around that pain afterward. And this is why true healing often feels strangely uncomfortable at first. Peace feels unfamiliar. Responsibility feels heavy. Softness feels risky. Emotional openness feels unsafe. The victim identity at least felt emotionally predictable. But the Stoics taught that freedom always requires leaving emotional prisons, even familiar ones. A bird raised inside a cage may fear open skies at first, and many people fear life beyond suffering because suffering became their emotional home. But slowly something begins changing when awareness deepens. You stop introducing yourself to yourself through pain. You stop using old wounds as permanent explanations for every limitation. You stop rehearsing emotional helplessness internally. And instead of asking the world to constantly validate your suffering, you begin quietly rebuilding inner strength, not through denial, not through emotional suppression, but through honest self-command. The Stoics believed dignity returns when a person stops worshipping their wounds and starts rebuilding their relationship with themselves. And tonight, perhaps a deeper truth is beginning to settle inside you. You were hurt, deeply, truly. But suffering was never meant to become your identity forever. Your pain deserves compassion, but your future also deserves freedom. And slowly, the invisible pleasure hidden inside emotional victimhood begins losing its grip, because something stronger is finally awakening underneath it. The desire to heal completely. And beneath anger, beneath resentment, beneath revenge fantasies, many people eventually discover something they were trying not to feel all along. Emptiness. A quiet emptiness. The kind that appears when the distractions stop, when the arguments end, when the mind finally grows tired of replaying old pain. And for many people, this emptiness feels terrifying, not because it is dangerous, but because it forces them to sit alone with themselves without emotional noise covering the silence anymore. This is one of the strangest truths about the human mind. Sometimes people unconsciously create enemies because conflict feels easier than inner emptiness. The Stoics understood that the undisciplined mind often searches for external battles to avoid internal stillness. Because as long as there is someone to blame, someone to hate, someone to fight emotionally, the mind never has to face the deeper loneliness living underneath it all. This is why some people seem constantly surrounded by drama, always offended, always fighting, always emotionally reacting, always finding someone new to resent. It is not always because the world is attacking them endlessly. Sometimes the conflict itself becomes emotional distraction. The mind keeps creating enemies because silence feels unbearable. When a person has never learned how to sit peacefully with themselves, inner stillness can feel emotionally empty at first. The nervous system becomes so accustomed to emotional stimulation that calmness feels strange, even uncomfortable. So the mind unconsciously searches for emotional movement again. A new argument, a new offense, a new betrayal, a new person to mentally battle, anything to avoid the silence waiting underneath. Marcus Aurelius warned himself often about becoming emotionally consumed by the faults of others. He understood that obsession with external enemies can become a form of self-avoidance. A person spends so much energy studying what others are doing wrong that they never fully examine their own inner condition. And this creates an exhausting life. Because when the mind depends on conflict for emotional stimulation, peace starts feeling empty instead of nourishing. Some people secretly feel uncomfortable during calm periods because they no longer know who they are without emotional tension. Conflict gives them identity. It gives them emotional purpose. It gives the ego something to hold on to. Without enemies, they must finally face themselves. And that is what many people fear most. Not silence itself, but what silence might reveal. The loneliness they buried beneath anger, the grief they hid beneath pride, the insecurity beneath constant criticism, the fear beneath control, the sadness beneath emotional hardness. The Stoics believed that self-knowledge requires the courage to sit quietly with your own mind, without needing constant distraction. This sounds simple, but for many people it feels deeply uncomfortable because the inner world has remained unexplored for years. Some individuals become emotionally addicted to outrage because outrage protects them from introspection. As long as the focus stays outside, the deeper inner emptiness remains temporarily hidden. But eventually, the distractions weaken. The arguments end, the emotional excitement fades, and the emptiness returns quietly at night. This is why some people immediately reach for stimulation during silence. They scroll endlessly, replay conflicts mentally, search for reasons to stay upset, create imaginary arguments, judge others constantly. The mind fears stillness, because stillness begins exposing unmet emotional needs that were buried beneath years of noise. But the Stoics saw emptiness differently. They understood that inner emptiness is not always something to fear. Sometimes it is simply space waiting to be filled with deeper awareness. The problem is not the emptiness itself. The problem is that most people panic before they discover what exists beyond it. Because underneath the emptiness often sits something softer, a longing for peace, a desire for meaning, a need for connection, a wish to finally stop fighting internally. But these deeper truths only appear after the emotional noise settles, and many people never stay still long enough to reach that layer. There is also a painful irony hidden inside enemy creation. The more enemies the mind creates, the more isolated the person often becomes emotionally. Suspicion increases, trust weakens, relationships become strained. Eventually, the person feels even more disconnected from life, which creates even more inner emptiness. And then the cycle repeats again. More resentment, more emotional defense, more enemies, more isolation. The Stoics taught that a peaceful mind does not need constant opposition to feel alive. It does not need drama to feel important. It does not need emotional warfare to avoid itself. Instead, it learns how to exist calmly in its own presence. That is a rare form of freedom. To sit quietly without needing conflict. To exist peacefully without searching for offense. To feel stillness without panicking. To no longer need enemies in order to avoid yourself. And this begins slowly through awareness. You start noticing how quickly the mind searches for someone to blame during uncomfortable emotions. You notice how often anger appears right before deeper sadness. You notice how emotional conflict temporarily distracts from loneliness. And gradually, the unconscious pattern becomes visible. The mind was not only fighting others, it was running from itself. But tonight, something different is happening. Instead of creating another enemy, you are becoming willing to sit gently with the silence underneath the anger. Not to judge it, not to fear it, but to finally understand it. Because the emptiness you were avoiding may not actually be emptiness at all. It may simply be the quiet space where peace has been waiting patiently beneath all the emotional noise. And the moment you stop filling that space with conflict, the soul finally begins breathing differently, lighter, softer, freer. as if some ancient tension inside you is finally realizing it no longer needs to fight in order to exist. And after sitting with the emptiness beneath anger, another painful realization often rises into awareness. Many people are still emotionally fighting battles that the other person left behind long ago. The body remains tense, the mind remains wounded, the heart remains trapped in old pain, while the other person has already continued living their life. This is one of the heaviest forms of suffering, mentally punishing people who are no longer even emotionally present. The Stoics understood that the mind can become chained to people who stopped thinking about us years ago, not because those people still hold real power, but because emotional attachment keeps reopening the wound internally. A person may spend years replaying betrayal, while the one who caused it sleeps peacefully every night. Years imagining revenge, years mentally arguing, years hoping guilt eventually reaches them, years carrying emotional poison for someone who already moved on emotionally, and slowly the realization becomes impossible to ignore. The punishment is no longer reaching them, it is only reaching you. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that holding hatred inside the mind damages the one carrying it most deeply. Because every time resentment is repeated internally, the nervous system relives the original pain again. The body reacts, the tension returns, the peace disappears, the wound opens once more. And all of this happens while the past itself remains unchanged. Many people secretly believe that holding on to anger protects their dignity. They fear that letting go means the other person wins. But Stoicism teaches something much deeper. Real dignity is not emotional imprisonment. Real dignity is refusing to let another person permanently control the atmosphere of your inner world. The mind becomes exhausted when it constantly carries unfinished emotional wars. Some people mentally punish others every day without realizing it. They imagine their downfall, hope life eventually hurts them, secretly wish they suffer emotionally, replay their mistakes repeatedly, build entire emotional narratives around what they deserve. And underneath all of it usually sits one painful longing. I want them to understand what they did to me. But the Stoics knew one of life's hardest truths. Some people will never fully understand the pain they caused. Some lack emotional awareness entirely. Some protect themselves through denial. Some simply move through life without deep reflection. Waiting forever for emotional justice from emotionally unconscious people can trap the soul for decades. This is why Stoicism places so much importance on reclaiming inner authority. Your healing cannot depend entirely on another person's awakening. Because if peace only arrives once they finally understand your suffering, then your peace remains permanently dependent on someone outside your control, and that is not freedom. The Stoics believed freedom begins when your emotional state no longer depends on whether others validate your pain, apologize correctly, or finally become wiser human beings. This does not mean pretending harm never happened. It does not mean allowing harmful people back into your life. It does not mean emotional passivity. It means accepting one difficult truth. You cannot heal by mentally chaining yourself to people who already walked away emotionally. Some people continue suffering because they unconsciously believe emotional attachment keeps the relationship alive somehow. Even hatred can become a twisted form of connection. As long as the anger remains active, the emotional bond still exists internally. The mind keeps the person alive through obsession. But this attachment quietly blocks healing, because every moment spent mentally punishing them is a moment your own nervous system remains trapped in emotional disturbance. The Stoics practiced releasing emotional dependence carefully. They understood that external people are unstable by nature. Some stay, some leave, some misunderstand you, some disappoint you deeply. But your inner peace cannot survive if it becomes permanently tied to controlling how others think, feel, or behave afterward. And perhaps the deepest suffering comes from wanting emotional closure from people incapable of giving it. A person may spend years hoping the other person finally regrets everything, finally apologizes, finally understands the damage, finally returns with wisdom and remorse. But life often does not provide such clean endings. Sometimes the healing must happen without the apology, without the explanation, without the justice you imagined. And that feels deeply unfair at first. But slowly, the Stoic mind begins understanding something liberating. Your peace does not require their transformation. It only requires your release, not release from memory, not release from wisdom, but release from emotional imprisonment. You stop carrying them through every quiet night. You stop feeding imaginary conversations. You stop turning them into permanent emotional tenants inside your mind. And little by little, the nervous system begins realizing the danger is over. The emotional war ends internally first, not because they earned forgiveness, but because your soul grew tired of suffering endlessly on their behalf. This is one of the most powerful forms of self-respect a human being can practice. To stop bleeding emotionally for people who already walked away from the wound. To stop sacrificing your inner peace, trying to force emotional understanding from those unable to provide it. To stop carrying punishment inside yourself, hoping someone else eventually feels it. Because eventually, the Stoic realizes something life-changing. The greatest revenge is not making others suffer. It is becoming peaceful enough that their actions no longer control your inner world at all. And tonight, perhaps the mind is finally beginning to loosen its grip on people who no longer belong inside your emotional life. Not through force, not through denial, but through exhaustion. The exhaustion of carrying pain far longer than necessary. The exhaustion of mentally fighting absent people every night. The exhaustion of sacrificing peace for wounds that no longer need worship. And somewhere inside this silence, the soul begins understanding that letting go is not weakness. It is the moment the inner prison door finally opens. And as more emotional weight begins leaving the mind, a quieter sadness often reveals itself underneath it all. Many people are not only tired physically, they are tired spiritually. Their body lies in bed, but their soul is still fighting battles that ended long ago. This is why sleep becomes difficult for so many people. The problem is not always noise outside the room. Sometimes the real noise is inside the mind. Unfinished emotions, unreleased grief, old anger, old humiliation, old fears still moving through the nervous system long after the original moment passed. The Stoics understood that rest becomes impossible when the inner world remains trapped in emotional conflict. A person may close their eyes physically while remaining emotionally awake all night. The body becomes still, but the mind keeps preparing for defense, as if yesterday's pain is still happening now. And many people do not even realize this is what they are experiencing. They say they have insomnia, anxiety, restlessness, mental exhaustion. But underneath it all, often sits a nervous system that never fully learned how to stop fighting internally. Some souls have carried emotional armor for so many years that peace itself feels unfamiliar. The mind keeps searching for danger automatically, even in silence, even in safety, even in darkness. It stays alert because emotional survival became its permanent habit. This is why nighttime can feel emotionally heavy. The distractions disappear, the performance ends, and suddenly, the unresolved pain rises quietly into awareness again. The Stoics believed that the mind suffers most when it keeps resisting reality internally. A person may still be arguing with yesterday while life itself already moved forward. They replay moments endlessly, trying to emotionally rewrite them. The betrayal, the humiliation, the rejection, the words they wish they said differently, the things they wish never happened. And because the mind refuses to release the emotional battle, the nervous system never receives the signal that the danger has passed. So the body stays tense, the breathing stays shallow, the thoughts stay restless. The soul keeps fighting yesterday while tomorrow quietly waits outside the window. Marcus Aurelius often practiced mentally releasing the day before sleep. He understood something deeply important. If the mind enters the night carrying unfinished emotional warfare, true rest becomes impossible. The body may sleep eventually through exhaustion, but the nervous system remains emotionally disturbed underneath. And over time, this emotional fighting creates deep spiritual fatigue. Some people wake up tired not because they slept too little, but because their inner world never truly rested. The soul remained active all night, defending, replaying, protecting, resisting, preparing for emotional attacks that no longer exist. This hidden exhaustion changes people slowly. Patience weakens. Joy fades faster. Small problems feel heavier. Hope becomes harder to hold on to, because the nervous system was never meant to remain in permanent emotional combat. The Stoics taught that peace begins when the mind finally accepts what it cannot change, not approval, not surrender to injustice, but acceptance of reality itself. Because resistance keeps wounds emotionally alive. Some people are still emotionally negotiating with the past every night. This should not have happened. They should have treated me differently. My life should look different by now. And while those feelings are understandable, constant resistance traps the soul inside yesterday's pain forever. The mind becomes unable to fully enter the present moment because part of it remains emotionally attached to an unwinnable battle against the past itself. This is why forgiveness is often misunderstood. Forgiveness is not pretending pain never mattered. It is allowing the soul to stop carrying emotional warfare into every new day. Without forgiveness, the body may survive, but the inner world remains exhausted. And many people secretly fear this exhaustion will never end. They wonder why they cannot fully relax anymore, why their mind stays active at night, why they feel emotionally heavy even during calm moments. But often the answer is simple and painful at the same time. The soul is still trying to protect itself from old pain that no longer exists in the present moment. The Stoics believed awareness was the beginning of release. Once you see the emotional battle clearly, you no longer remain trapped unconsciously inside it. You begin noticing how often the mind returns to old suffering automatically, how often the body tightens around memory, how often the nervous system prepares for emotional danger during peaceful moments. And slowly, through awareness, compassion begins replacing resistance. You stop attacking yourself for being tired. You stop judging your restless mind so harshly. You begin understanding that your nervous system was simply trying to protect you for a very long time, but protection and peace are not the same thing. Eventually, the soul becomes exhausted from surviving constantly. It no longer wants more emotional war. It no longer wants more replaying. It no longer wants to carry yesterday into every tomorrow. And perhaps tonight, something soft is finally happening inside you. The body is realizing it does not need to remain emotionally armed through the night anymore. The mind is realizing it cannot heal while constantly reopening old battles. The soul is realizing rest is not weakness. Rest is recovery. Rest is trust. Rest is finally allowing the inner world to stop defending wounds that no longer need protection. And slowly, very slowly, yesterday begins losing its grip on the nervous system. The breathing softens, the thoughts quiet down, the emotional armor loosens. because the soul was never meant to spend an entire lifetime fighting days that are already gone. And even when the day finally ends, some conversations refuse to leave the mind. Not because they are still happening in reality, but because emotionally they never truly ended inside you. The words remained unfinished, the feelings remained trapped, and the soul kept carrying the weight of what was never fully said. Some of the heaviest burdens people carry are invisible conversations. The apology they never received, the truth they never spoke, the goodbye that happened too suddenly, the explanation that never came, the moment they stayed silent when their heart was screaming inside. The Stoics understood that the mind struggles deeply with unresolved emotional tension. Human beings naturally seek completion. The nervous system wants clarity, it wants understanding, it wants emotional closure. And when conversations end abruptly or painfully, the mind often keeps returning to them again and again, searching for an ending that feels emotionally complete. This is why some people replay old conversations for years, not because they enjoy suffering, but because part of the mind still believes resolution is possible if it thinks hard enough. If only I had said this. If only they understood me. If only we talked one more time. And the soul quietly remains attached to a moment that already passed. Many people underestimate how much emotional energy unfinished conversations consume. The body may continue living normally, but internally the nervous system remains partially stuck inside old emotional exchanges. A father's harsh words, a friendship that ended without explanation, a relationship destroyed by silence instead of honesty, a final conversation with someone who is now gone forever. These moments leave emotional echoes inside the mind because the heart never fully completed what it was trying to express. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to their understanding, their wounds, and their limitations. This perspective matters deeply because many unfinished conversations remain unresolved, not because you failed emotionally, but because the other person simply lacked the awareness, maturity, or emotional capacity required for true resolution. And this truth is painful, because many people still secretly wait for conversations that will never happen. They wait for understanding, for accountability, for emotional repair, for someone to finally say, "I know I hurt you." But life does not always provide those endings. Sometimes people leave without clarity. Sometimes relationships collapse without closure. Sometimes the person who wounded you emotionally cannot even fully understand themselves, let alone your pain. And so the conversation remains unfinished inside your inner world. The Stoics believed suffering grows when the mind resists reality instead of accepting its incompleteness. This does not mean liking what happened. It means understanding that not every emotional story receives a satisfying final chapter. Some conversations end with silence, some end with distance, some end with death. And the soul must eventually learn how to survive without the closure it desperately wanted. This is difficult because unfinished conversations often become emotional prisons. The mind keeps revisiting them, searching for emotional certainty, a different response, a better explanation, a softer ending. But every replay reopens the emotional wound again. The nervous system continues carrying emotional tension because part of the mind still refuses to accept that the moment is over. This is why some people feel emotionally heavy during quiet nights. They are not only remembering people, they are carrying entire unfinished emotional realities inside themselves. Words unsaid, love unexpressed, pain unexplained, truth buried beneath fear. And over time, these unfinished conversations begin affecting identity itself. A person may struggle to trust because they never received honest closure before. They may fear vulnerability because important conversations once ended painfully. They may become emotionally guarded because unfinished wounds taught them that openness can suddenly disappear without warning. The Stoics practiced something deeply healing in these moments. They learned to release the need for perfect completion, not because the heart stopped caring, but because peace becomes impossible when emotional freedom depends entirely on conversations beyond your control. Sometimes healing means accepting that you spoke your truth as best as you could at the time. Sometimes it means understanding that another person's silence is not proof of your unworthiness. Sometimes it means grieving the ending instead of endlessly trying to mentally rewrite it. And perhaps one of the hardest lessons of all is realizing that closure is not always something another person gives you. Sometimes closure is something you create internally through acceptance. You stop waiting for the perfect apology. You stop rehearsing imaginary final conversations. You stop asking the past to become emotionally different than it was. And slowly, the nervous system begins releasing the tension it carried around those unfinished moments. The Stoics understood that life itself remains unfinished in many ways. Human beings are imperfect communicators. People misunderstand each other constantly. Emotions become tangled. Fear interrupts honesty. Pride blocks vulnerability. And many hearts leave this world carrying words they never fully expressed. But wisdom begins when you stop demanding perfection from imperfect human experiences. Tonight, perhaps your soul is beginning to understand something gentle. Not every conversation needed a perfect ending for your life to continue peacefully. Not every silence means failure. Not every unfinished chapter must remain an open wound forever. Some people were part of your story, not your forever. Some conversations taught lessons instead of providing closure. And some endings remain incomplete because life itself is incomplete sometimes. But the soul can still rest. The heart can still soften. The nervous system can still stop fighting for words that were never spoken. And gradually, the emotional weight of unfinished conversations begins becoming lighter, not erased, not forgotten, but no longer heavy enough to control the atmosphere of your inner world every night. Because healing does not always arrive through one final conversation. Sometimes it arrives through finally allowing yourself to stop waiting for one. And after carrying unfinished conversations, buried resentment, silent humiliation, and years of emotional exhaustion through the night, the soul begins craving something deeper than distraction. It begins craving release, not temporary escape, not emotional numbness, but true inner release. The kind that allows the nervous system to finally loosen its grip on pain before sleep arrives. The Stoics understood something ancient and powerful. The mind cannot enter deep rest while carrying emotional poison unchecked. Just as the body must cleanse itself physically, the inner world must also be cleared emotionally before the night. Otherwise, yesterday's anger quietly enters tomorrow's soul. Many people fall asleep with tension still living inside them, arguments still active, resentment still burning, fear still moving through the body. And because the nervous system never fully releases the emotional weight, the mind wakes up already exhausted before the new day even begins. But the Stoics practiced a different way of ending the day. Before sleep, they would sit quietly with themselves and examine the condition of their inner world honestly, not to judge themselves harshly, not to feed guilt, but to prevent emotional poison from remaining buried inside the soul overnight. Marcus Aurelius often used the nighttime as a moment of inner cleansing. He reflected carefully on his emotions, reactions, mistakes, fears, and attachments. He understood that ignored emotions do not disappear peacefully. They continue shaping the mind silently from beneath awareness. This ritual was not dramatic. It was deeply simple. Stillness, awareness, honesty, release. The Stoics believed that every night offers the soul a chance to set down what no longer needs to be carried, because emotional pain becomes dangerous when it remains trapped inside without reflection. Many people avoid silence before sleep because silence forces them to feel what they spent the entire day escaping. So they distract themselves until exhaustion finally shuts the body down. But exhaustion is not peace. Numbness is not healing. The Stoics wanted conscious rest, not unconscious escape. And so they practiced emotional clearing before the night fully arrived. They would ask themselves quiet questions. What disturbed my peace today? Where did anger control me? What fear kept returning? What emotional burden no longer belongs inside me? Not to create shame, but to create awareness, because awareness prevents emotions from hardening into unconscious bitterness. This ritual becomes especially powerful because nighttime softens the ego slightly. The world grows quiet, external identity fades, and the soul becomes more reachable in the silence. This is why unresolved emotions often rise before sleep. The inner world is finally trying to speak honestly. The Stoics did not fear this process. They welcomed it gently. Instead of resisting painful emotions, they observed them calmly. They allowed the anger to surface without feeding it, allowed sadness to appear without drowning inside it, allowed regret to be seen without turning it into self-hatred. This is emotional cleansing, not suppression, not emotional indulgence, but conscious release. And slowly, the nervous system begins learning something new. It no longer needs to hold every wound tightly all night. Many people unknowingly carry emotional poison into sleep every evening. The bitterness from a conversation, the stress from work, the humiliation from earlier moments, the fear of tomorrow. And because none of it gets emotionally released, the body remains internally tense through the entire night. Sleep becomes shallow because the soul never truly softened before resting. But the Stoic ritual teaches the body how to exhale emotionally. You sit quietly, you breathe slowly, you stop fighting your thoughts. You allow the emotional storm to settle naturally without adding more mental noise. And gradually, something changes inside. The mind stops gripping every memory. The chest softens, the jaw relaxes. The nervous system begins realizing it is finally safe enough to rest. The Stoics also practiced perspective before sleep. They reminded themselves how temporary human conflict truly is. The insults, the disappointments, the misunderstandings. Painful, yes, but still small within the larger movement of life itself. This perspective weakens emotional poison, because the ego wants every wound to feel permanent. Stoic awareness reminds the soul that nothing emotional lasts forever unless the mind keeps feeding it endlessly. And perhaps one of the most healing parts of this ancient ritual was forgiveness. Not forced forgiveness, not artificial positivity, but quiet willingness to stop carrying emotional warfare into the next day. To say internally, I no longer wish to poison myself with this pain tonight. That single decision begins changing the nervous system deeply. The Stoics knew sleep was sacred because the soul repairs itself in stillness. But repair becomes difficult when the inner world remains flooded with unresolved emotional tension. And tonight, perhaps for the first time in a long time, you are beginning to practice this ancient release yourself. You are no longer trying to solve every wound before sleep, no longer replaying every mistake endlessly, no longer preparing for emotional battles inside darkness. Instead, you are allowing the mind to empty gently, allowing the body to unclench slowly, allowing the soul to stop carrying emotional poison it was never meant to hold forever. Because rest is not only physical, rest is emotional surrender. Rest is trusting the night enough to loosen your grip on pain. Rest is finally understanding that healing sometimes begins not by controlling the mind harder, but by letting the inner world soften without fear. And somewhere inside this quiet moment, the soul begins remembering what peace felt like before survival became its permanent habit. And after learning how to release emotional poison before sleep, another hidden truth slowly comes into view. Many people are not simply tired because they work too hard. They are tired because their nervous system has been carrying emotional weight for far too long. Buried anger rarely announces itself honestly. It does not always scream. It does not always break things. Sometimes it simply becomes exhaustion, a deep emotional heaviness that sleep alone cannot fix. This is why some people wake up already drained before the day even begins. The body rested physically, but the nervous system never truly relaxed. The mind remained tense underneath the surface. The emotional burden remained active. And slowly, the soul became tired from carrying emotions that were never properly released. The Stoics understood that suppressed emotions consume enormous energy silently. A person may appear calm externally, while internally fighting constant emotional battles all day long, holding back resentment, suppressing disappointment, swallowing anger, pretending to be fine, trying to remain emotionally controlled while pain quietly burns underneath. All of this drains the nervous system deeply, and over time, buried anger often disguises itself as chronic fatigue, not laziness, not weakness, emotional exhaustion. Some people spend years carrying invisible tension inside the body without realizing it. The jaw remains tight, the chest remains heavy, the breathing stays shallow, the nervous system remains slightly defensive at all times. This constant emotional guarding slowly consumes life force little by little. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that inner disturbance weakens the spirit. He understood that emotional chaos is exhausting because the mind was never designed to stay in permanent conflict with itself. And buried anger creates exactly that condition. Internal conflict, a war hidden beneath silence. Part of the mind wants peace. Another part still wants justice. Part of the soul wants softness. Another part still fears vulnerability. And the nervous system becomes trapped between emotional defense and emotional healing. This inner tension exhausts people more than they realize. Many individuals carrying buried anger describe strange symptoms without recognizing the emotional source underneath them. Constant fatigue, difficulty relaxing, feeling emotionally numb, losing interest in life, wanting isolation, feeling overwhelmed by small things, becoming irritated easily without understanding why. The body often speaks emotionally long before the mind becomes fully aware of what it is carrying. The Stoics believed that emotions ignored do not disappear peacefully. They continue living inside the nervous system until acknowledged consciously. And anger especially becomes heavy when it remains trapped without expression or understanding. Because anger requires energy. Constant vigilance requires energy. Resentment requires energy. Emotional suppression requires energy. The soul grows tired from carrying emotional armor every hour of the day. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people blame themselves for this exhaustion. They call themselves lazy, unmotivated, broken, weak, when in reality their nervous system has simply been overloaded emotionally for too many years. Some people have been surviving emotionally for so long that they no longer remember what true inner rest feels like. The Stoics practiced emotional awareness because they understood something very important. The body and mind are deeply connected. A disturbed inner world eventually affects physical vitality too. A person cannot carry years of bitterness, silent rage, emotional grief and mental tension without the body eventually responding somehow. The nervous system keeps score quietly, and buried anger often appears through emotional depletion rather than explosive rage. This is why some people feel strangely tired after thinking about the past, or exhausted after family gatherings, or emotionally drained after certain conversations. The body reacts because unresolved emotional wounds become activated internally. The nervous system enters defense mode again, even if the danger no longer exists physically. And over time, this constant emotional activation creates spiritual exhaustion too. Life starts feeling heavier. Simple tasks require more effort. Joy becomes harder to access naturally. The future feels emotionally distant, not because the soul is weak, but because emotional weight has been carried for too long without release. The Stoics understood that peace restores energy because peace removes inner resistance. When the mind stops fighting invisible emotional wars constantly, the nervous system finally begins recovering. This is why emotional healing often creates physical relief too. The breathing deepens again. The body softens. Sleep improves. Mental clarity returns slowly. The exhaustion begins lifting because the soul is no longer spending all its energy suppressing unresolved pain. But first, awareness must happen. You must become honest enough to ask yourself, am I truly tired? Or am I emotionally burdened? That question changes many lives. Because sometimes what people call exhaustion is actually unresolved anger living silently inside the body. Anger toward the past, toward betrayal, toward abandonment, toward unfairness, toward themselves. And until those emotions are acknowledged gently, the nervous system keeps carrying them like invisible weights every single day. The Stoics did not teach emotional suppression, they taught emotional understanding. The goal was never to become emotionless. The goal was to stop becoming unconsciously controlled by emotions hidden beneath awareness. And tonight, perhaps your body is beginning to tell the truth it could not fully express before. It is tired of carrying emotional tension constantly, tired of staying guarded, tired of surviving, tired of holding old anger inside muscles, thoughts, breathing, and silence. The soul no longer wants permanent defense. It wants restoration. And maybe healing begins the moment you stop attacking yourself for being exhausted and start recognizing how much emotional weight you have been carrying alone for far too long. Because sometimes the body is not failing you. Sometimes it is simply begging you to finally put the anger down. And beneath many forms of anger, there is often something much quieter hiding underneath. Expectations that were never spoken out loud, needs that were never expressed clearly, hopes silently placed on other people without them ever fully knowing the emotional weight they were carrying. And when those silent expectations collapse, resentment quietly begins growing in the dark. This is one of the most painful emotional patterns in human life because it often develops without obvious conflict. No argument, no betrayal in the dramatic sense, just disappointment accumulating slowly over time until the heart becomes heavy without fully understanding why. The Stoics understood that suffering often increases when the mind secretly demands reality to behave according to its hidden emotional scripts. A person may expect loyalty, understanding, gratitude, affection, respect, emotional support, or effort from others without ever fully communicating those expectations honestly. Then, when reality fails to match the silent hope, pain appears. A parent silently expects their children to stay emotionally close forever. A partner silently expects their love to be automatically understood. A friend silently expects loyalty to always be returned equally. And when life moves differently, resentment begins forming quietly inside the soul. because unspoken expectations create invisible contracts that only one person knows exist. This is why some people carry resentment for years without the other person even understanding what went wrong. The disappointment lived entirely inside silent emotional assumptions. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to expect perfection from imperfect human beings. He understood that much emotional suffering comes not only from what people do, but from the difference between who we hoped they would be and who they actually are. And this difference can become emotionally devastating when expectations remain unconscious. Some people expect others to love them exactly the way they give love. Others expect people to notice emotional pain automatically without communication. Some expect constant appreciation for sacrifices they never openly discussed. And when these expectations remain unmet, bitterness quietly begins replacing softness. The dangerous part is that silent expectations often feel morally justified. A person may think, they should have known, they should have cared, they should have understood. And sometimes those feelings are understandable, but Stoicism teaches something deeper. Human beings cannot consistently meet emotional expectations they do not fully see or understand. This truth feels painful because part of the ego wants people to naturally know our emotional needs perfectly. It wants effortless emotional understanding. But reality rarely works this way. People are distracted, limited, emotionally wounded themselves, often unaware of what others carry internally, and when expectations remain silent, misunderstanding becomes almost inevitable. Over time, repeated disappointment creates emotional hardening. A person slowly stops asking directly for what they need, stops expressing vulnerability honestly, stops communicating openly. Instead, they begin silently keeping score emotionally. Who called? Who cared? Who showed effort? Who disappointed them? And this invisible emotional accounting system slowly poisons relationships from within. The resentment grows because the soul feels emotionally unseen. But the Stoics believed that peace requires separating reality from imagination carefully. Not every disappointment is betrayal. Not every unmet expectation is proof of rejection. Sometimes people simply fail to meet emotional needs they never fully understood existed. And this is where lifelong resentment often begins. Not through one devastating moment, but through years of accumulated silent disappointment. A child expects emotional warmth from distant parents. A spouse expects appreciation that never comes. A friend expects loyalty during hard times and feels abandoned. None of these wounds disappear easily when they remain emotionally unspoken for years. The nervous system begins carrying disappointment constantly. Eventually, the person no longer experiences life openly. They experience it through quiet emotional resentment built from expectations reality never fulfilled. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people never directly express their deepest emotional needs because vulnerability feels dangerous. They fear rejection, judgment, embarrassment, so they remain silent, while secretly hoping others will somehow understand automatically. When that understanding does not come, bitterness slowly replaces openness. The Stoics taught radical emotional responsibility, not in a cold or harsh way, but in a liberating way. They believed inner peace becomes possible when you stop demanding that others perfectly satisfy unspoken emotional expectations constantly. This does not mean becoming emotionless. It means becoming honest. Honest about needs. Honest about pain. Honest about disappointment. Because clarity prevents resentment from silently growing underground. The Stoics also understood that attachment to expectations often creates suffering because reality itself remains unpredictable. People change, relationships shift. Human beings fail each other sometimes despite good intentions. The more rigid the emotional expectation becomes, the more painful reality feels when it moves differently. But acceptance softens this tension. Not passive acceptance, conscious acceptance of human imperfection itself. You stop expecting people to read invisible emotional scripts. You stop turning unspoken disappointment into lifelong emotional punishment. You stop building silent resentment toward people who never fully understood what the soul was quietly asking for. And gradually communication replaces emotional guessing. Honesty replaces bitterness. Self-awareness replaces blame. This changes relationships deeply because resentment survives best inside silence. Once truth becomes spoken gently, emotional poison loses much of its hiding place. And tonight, perhaps your soul is beginning to recognize some expectations it carried silently for years. The hope to finally feel fully understood, fully appreciated, fully chosen, fully emotionally safe. Those longings are deeply human. But maybe peace begins not by demanding perfection from others, but by learning how to hold your emotional needs with honesty, wisdom, and compassion instead of silent resentment. Because many people are not only wounded by what happened to them, they are wounded by the silent life they expected reality to become. And healing begins the moment the heart stops punishing the world for failing to follow invisible emotional scripts it never clearly revealed. And after seeing how silent expectations slowly turn into resentment, another layer of human pain becomes easier to understand. Some people are not easily offended because they are naturally weak. They are easily offended because something inside them is already wounded. The Stoics understood this deeply. A healthy soul does not react to every small comment like a personal attack, but a hurt soul often does, because when emotional pain already exists beneath the surface, even ordinary moments can touch hidden wounds unexpectedly. This is why two people can hear the exact same words and react completely differently. One remains calm, the other feels deeply attacked. The difference is often not the words themselves, but the condition of the inner world receiving them. A person carrying unresolved shame may become offended by simple criticism. A person carrying rejection wounds may become hurt by small signs of distance. A person carrying insecurity may react strongly to harmless jokes. The nervous system interprets ordinary situations through the lens of old emotional pain, and many people do not even realize this is happening. They believe they are reacting only to the present moment, but often the reaction is connected to much older emotional injuries still living quietly underneath awareness. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that people act according to the condition of their souls. He understood that emotional reactions reveal inner suffering more than outer reality. Hurt people become easily offended because their nervous system stays emotionally defensive. The mind constantly searches for signs of disrespect, rejection, humiliation, or danger because pain trained it to stay alert. And over time, this emotional defensiveness becomes exhausting. The person begins interpreting neutral situations negatively. Simple disagreements feel deeply personal. Constructive feedback feels humiliating. Even silence can feel emotionally threatening. The world starts feeling hostile because the inner world remains wounded. This is why some people seem offended by almost everything. It is not always arrogance. Sometimes it is emotional fragility hidden beneath protective pride. The ego becomes highly sensitive because deeper emotional pain remains unresolved. The Stoics believed that emotional resilience comes from inner stability, not external control. A person who depends entirely on outside validation will always remain emotionally vulnerable. Every opinion becomes dangerous. Every criticism becomes heavy. Every rejection feels catastrophic. But inner peace grows when self-worth stops depending completely on the reactions of others. This does not mean becoming cold or emotionless. It means becoming less emotionally controlled by every external judgment. Many hurt people secretly live in survival mode emotionally. They became hyper-aware of tone, facial expressions, body language, and social rejection because earlier experiences trained them to associate these things with pain. A child constantly criticized may become an adult who hears attack inside ordinary feedback. Someone repeatedly humiliated may become deeply defensive during disagreement. A person abandoned emotionally may panic internally at signs of distance. The nervous system reacts quickly because old wounds remain emotionally active beneath present experiences. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people judge themselves harshly for this sensitivity without understanding where it came from. They call themselves too emotional, too reactive, or too weak, while the real issue is often unresolved emotional injury. The Stoics approached this differently. They believed awareness softens emotional slavery. Once you understand why the mind reacts strongly, the reaction itself begins losing unconscious control over you. You start noticing the deeper wound beneath the offense, the fear beneath the anger, the insecurity beneath the defensiveness, the sadness beneath the irritation. And slowly, compassion enters places where judgment once existed. Not self-pity, self-understanding. This matters because offended people often continue spreading pain unconsciously. A wounded ego easily becomes reactive. It lashes out quickly, interprets hostility everywhere, creates conflict unnecessarily. The hurt person begins hurting others without fully understanding why. The Stoics wanted to interrupt this cycle. Instead of immediately reacting emotionally, they practiced pausing long enough to examine the inner wound first. Why did this affect me so deeply? What inside me feels threatened? Is this truly about the present moment or something older? These questions create emotional awareness, and awareness creates freedom. Because not every emotional reaction deserves blind obedience. Many people spend years unconsciously protecting wounded pride instead of healing wounded emotions. They build emotional armor around pain. But armor may prevent vulnerability while also blocking peace. The Stoics understood that true strength is not becoming impossible to offend through emotional numbness. True strength is becoming so internally grounded that small external judgments no longer shake your identity constantly. This takes inner work, because the ego desperately wants protection. It wants validation. It wants recognition. It wants to avoid embarrassment at all costs. But the soul grows calmer when it no longer depends entirely on outside approval for emotional safety. And perhaps one of the most healing realizations is this: not everyone who offended you intended deep harm. Sometimes people speak carelessly. Sometimes they project their own pain. Sometimes they misunderstand you. Sometimes they are emotionally unconscious themselves. The Stoic mind learns how to separate genuine harm from wounded interpretation. This does not mean tolerating abuse. It means refusing to let every small offense disturb the nervous system endlessly. And tonight, perhaps something gentler is beginning to happen inside you. You're starting to see that some of your strongest reactions were not signs of weakness, but signs of old emotional wounds asking for healing. The soul was not trying to be difficult. It was trying to protect pain that never fully healed. And slowly, with awareness, patience, and stillness, the nervous system begins learning something new. Not every comment is danger. Not every disagreement is rejection. Not every criticism is humiliation. The world becomes softer when the inner wounds stop interpreting every moment through fear, and gradually the soul begins relaxing its constant emotional defense against life itself. And beneath the fear of rejection, beneath the pain of criticism, another hidden source of suffering quietly lives inside many human hearts. The desperate need to be fully understood by everyone around them. At first, this need feels innocent, human, natural. After all, every soul wants to feel seen correctly, to feel heard deeply, to feel emotionally recognized without constantly having to explain itself. But the Stoics understood something painful and liberating at the same time. The moment your inner peace depends entirely on being understood by others, suffering becomes endless, because human beings are limited. Even people who love you deeply will misunderstand parts of you sometimes. Some will misinterpret your intentions, some will project their own wounds onto your words, some will only understand you through the limits of their own experiences, and some will never truly see you clearly, no matter how honestly you explain yourself. This reality hurts the ego deeply because the ego craves emotional certainty. It wants everyone to recognize its goodness, its pain, its motives, its heart. It wants to feel emotionally validated by the outside world constantly. But the Stoics knew this craving creates enormous emotional instability. A person obsessed with being understood becomes emotionally trapped by other people's perceptions. Every misunderstanding feels unbearable. Every false assumption feels like an attack on identity itself. The mind becomes exhausted trying to control how others interpret it, and this exhaustion quietly destroys peace. Many people spend years mentally defending themselves against opinions that were never fully under their control in the first place. They misunderstood me. That's not who I really am. They judged me unfairly. And while those feelings are understandable, the soul suffers deeply when it cannot tolerate being imperfectly seen by others. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that other people's minds belonged to them, not to him. He understood that trying to control every interpretation, judgment, or opinion was emotionally impossible. The Stoic path was not about forcing universal understanding. It was about remaining internally steady even when misunderstanding happened. This becomes especially difficult for emotionally sensitive people because being misunderstood can reopen deep wounds. A child who never felt emotionally heard may become an adult obsessed with explaining themselves perfectly. Someone repeatedly judged unfairly may become exhausted, trying to prove their intentions constantly. A person emotionally ignored for years may become deeply distressed whenever they feel unseen again. The nervous system reacts strongly because misunderstanding becomes connected to older emotional pain. And slowly, the need to be understood turns into emotional survival. The person over-explains constantly, defends every small action, seeks reassurance endlessly, feels emotionally disturbed whenever someone sees them incorrectly. The soul remains trapped because its peace depends on external interpretation. But the Stoics believed something profoundly freeing. You do not need universal understanding in order to possess inner truth. Not everyone will fully understand your heart. Not everyone will understand your growth. Not everyone will understand your silence, your boundaries, your healing, or your decisions. And that must become emotionally acceptable if peace is ever going to enter the nervous system fully. This does not mean becoming cold or disconnected. It means releasing the impossible burden of needing every person to validate your inner reality perfectly, because no human being sees another completely. Everyone perceives through their own fears, wounds, expectations, and limitations. Some will misunderstand your kindness. Some will misunderstand your distance. Some will misunderstand your honesty. and some will misunderstand you no matter how carefully you explain yourself. The Stoics practiced emotional detachment from external judgment because they knew endless self-defense drains the soul. A person constantly trying to correct every misunderstanding eventually becomes spiritually exhausted. Some people spend entire nights replaying conversations simply because they feel emotionally disturbed that someone got them wrong. The mind searches desperately for a way to repair the image, to fix the misunderstanding, to regain emotional control over how they are perceived. But this keeps the nervous system trapped in constant emotional dependence. The Stoic mind learns something different. You clarify yourself when necessary. You speak honestly. You act with integrity. But after that, you release the need to control what lives inside another person's mind, because their perception belongs to them. Your peace belongs to you. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of maturity is becoming emotionally stable enough to tolerate being misunderstood without collapsing internally. This is difficult because the ego equates misunderstanding with rejection, but they are not always the same thing. A person can misunderstand you and still care about you. A person can fail to fully see you and still value you. And sometimes people misunderstand you simply because they are limited human beings trying to understand life through their own pain and confusion. The Stoics understood this compassion deeply. They stopped expecting perfect emotional recognition from imperfect people. And through this acceptance, something inside the soul relaxes. The need to constantly explain weakens. The emotional desperation softens. The nervous system stops treating misunderstanding like danger. You no longer feel required to prove your worth every moment. You no longer sacrifice peace trying to manage everyone's perception of you. And gradually, silence becomes less threatening, because the soul finally realizes something liberating. Your truth does not disappear simply because someone else failed to understand it completely. Tonight, perhaps your mind is finally becoming tired of carrying the exhausting burden of needing universal emotional validation, tired of replaying conversations endlessly, tired of defending your heart before every misunderstanding, tired of trying to control perceptions beyond your reach. And slowly, something calmer begins replacing that desperation, a quiet inner steadiness. The understanding that peace comes not from being perfectly understood by everyone, but from no longer abandoning yourself emotionally whenever misunderstanding appears. And beneath the need to be understood, beneath the anger, resentment, disappointment, and emotional exhaustion, there is often one final battle happening quietly inside the human mind. The battle between the ego and reality itself. This inner war exhausts more people than they realize, because the ego does not want reality as it is. It wants reality as it wishes it to be. It wants people to behave correctly, life to unfold fairly, pain to arrive only when deserved, love to remain permanent, success to happen on schedule, respect to come naturally. And when reality refuses to obey these demands, the ego begins fighting life itself internally. The Stoics understood that much human suffering comes not from events alone, but from resistance to events. The mind creates endless pain, trying to force reality into emotional agreement with its expectations. This should not have happened. They should not have treated me this way. My life should look different by now. I deserved better. And while these thoughts feel emotionally valid, the nervous system becomes trapped in permanent struggle when it refuses to accept what already exists. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that reality does not change simply because the ego argues with it emotionally. A storm does not stop because someone hates the rain. The past does not rewrite itself because the mind keeps resisting it at night. And yet, many people spend years emotionally fighting reality, fighting aging, fighting loss, fighting betrayal, fighting change, fighting uncertainty, fighting human imperfection itself. The soul becomes exhausted because the war cannot be won. Reality always remains stronger than the ego's preferences. This is why some people remain emotionally stuck for decades after painful experiences. Part of the mind still refuses to emotionally accept what happened. The event ended physically, but internally the ego keeps shouting, no. No to the heartbreak, no to the rejection, no to the humiliation, no to the unfairness, and because acceptance never arrives, peace never fully enters either. The Stoics believed acceptance was not weakness, it was wisdom, not passive surrender to life, but the recognition that fighting reality internally only multiplies suffering unnecessarily. This becomes especially painful when the ego ties identity to control. Many people secretly believe they can prevent pain through enough perfection, enough effort, enough emotional vigilance. So when life still wounds them despite their attempts at control, the ego reacts with outrage. How could this happen to me? But Stoicism teaches something difficult and freeing at the same time. Pain is part of life. Uncertainty is part of life. Misunderstanding is part of life. Loss is part of life. Human beings are imperfect creatures moving through an imperfect world. The ego hates this truth because it wants guarantees. It wants emotional certainty. It wants complete control over outcomes. But reality refuses to provide such safety permanently. And so the ego remains restless, always demanding, always resisting, always emotionally negotiating with life itself. This creates deep inner conflict. Part of the soul wants peace. The ego wants control. Part of the heart wants acceptance. The ego wants life to obey its expectations. Part of the nervous system wants rest. The ego keeps reopening old emotional wars, trying to correct reality internally. And slowly, this invisible conflict drains enormous emotional energy. Some people become chronically anxious because the ego cannot tolerate uncertainty. Some become bitter because reality failed to match their imagined life. Some become emotionally rigid because control feels safer than surrender. Others become exhausted because they spend every day mentally arguing with situations they cannot change. The Stoics practiced something radically different. Instead of demanding that life become emotionally comfortable first, they trained themselves to become inwardly stable within discomfort itself. They stopped asking reality to always satisfy the ego. And this changed everything. Because once resistance weakens, the nervous system softens too, not immediately, not perfectly, but gradually. The body stops preparing for war against reality every moment. The mind stops exhausting itself trying to rewrite the past. The soul stops demanding certainty from an uncertain world. And strangely enough, this acceptance creates real strength, not passive weakness, calm strength. The strength to face life without emotional collapse every time reality becomes painful. The strength to let go of impossible control. The strength to stop arguing with what already exists. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He reminded himself that peace belongs to the person who accepts reality clearly while still choosing wisdom within it. The Stoic does not waste life screaming at storms. The Stoic learns how to walk through storms without becoming one internally. This is why acceptance heals the nervous system, because resistance keeps emotional suffering active. Acceptance allows movement again, breathing again, rest again. The ego fears acceptance because it thinks acceptance means defeat. But often, acceptance is the very thing that finally ends the inner war, not because life became fair suddenly, but because the soul stopped demanding that reality perfectly satisfy every emotional expectation before allowing itself peace. And tonight, perhaps something important is beginning to settle inside you. You are becoming tired of fighting reality itself, tired of resisting the past, tired of demanding certainty from life, tired of carrying emotional warfare against things already beyond your control. And slowly, through this exhaustion, wisdom begins entering quietly. The understanding that peace does not come from controlling life perfectly. It comes from loosening the ego's grip on how life was supposed to be. Because the moment the inner war weakens, the soul finally begins breathing, like it no longer has to battle existence itself just to survive. And after seeing how the ego fights reality itself, another hidden wound begins revealing its shape underneath the anger. A wound many people spend their entire lives trying to outrun without even realizing it. Shame. Not healthy guilt, not simple regret, but deep shame. The kind that quietly whispers, "Something is wrong with me." The Stoics understood that shame carried in silence becomes extremely dangerous because the mind rarely knows how to hold it peacefully. Human beings naturally want to escape shame. The nervous system experiences it almost like emotional exposure, like being seen and rejected at the same time. And when shame remains unprocessed for years, it often transforms into aggression. This is why some of the angriest people are secretly carrying the deepest humiliation underneath. Aggression becomes armor. Defensiveness becomes protection. Control becomes survival. The person may look powerful on the outside, while internally trying desperately not to feel small again. Many people think aggressive behavior comes from confidence or dominance, but often aggression is covering wounded self-worth. A person who secretly feels ashamed becomes highly reactive because the ego constantly fears exposure. A small criticism feels unbearable. A disagreement feels threatening. A joke feels humiliating. The nervous system reacts intensely because shame already lives beneath the surface, waiting to be touched. Marcus Aurelius understood that people often attack others because they are internally disturbed themselves. Hurt souls create emotional violence when they do not know how to sit peacefully with their own pain. And shame is one of the hardest emotions for the human mind to tolerate consciously, because shame attacks identity itself. It says, "You are not enough. You are weak. You are flawed. You are unworthy." The ego cannot bear these feelings easily, so instead of facing the shame honestly, many people unconsciously convert it into aggression. A person ashamed of failure may become harshly critical toward others. Someone ashamed of weakness may become emotionally cold and dominant. A person carrying hidden insecurity may constantly try to overpower conversations or control people. And often they do not even realize the aggression is defensive. The Stoics believed that self-awareness reveals the hidden roots beneath behavior. Anger rarely appears from nowhere. Most emotional reactions are protecting something deeper underneath. And shame is one of the deepest hidden forces shaping human behavior silently. Some people were shamed constantly as children, shamed for crying, for failing, for expressing emotions, for not being strong enough, for not meeting expectations. Over time, the nervous system learns a painful lesson. Vulnerability is dangerous. So the person builds emotional armor around themselves. Aggression becomes safer than openness. Control becomes safer than honesty. Pride becomes safer than tenderness. Because underneath it all lives the terrified fear of feeling ashamed again. This is why some people become angry the moment they feel exposed emotionally. The aggression is not always about the present situation. It is often protecting old wounds from resurfacing. A person corrected publicly may react with disproportionate rage because shame floods the nervous system instantly. Someone questioned during conflict may become defensive because being wrong unconsciously triggers deeper feelings of worthlessness. The Stoics practiced emotional observation because they understood that reactions often reveal hidden suffering more than external truth. When awareness deepens, you begin noticing the connection, the anger protecting embarrassment, the control protecting insecurity, the aggression protecting wounded dignity, and slowly, compassion enters the places where unconscious shame once ruled silently. Not self-pity, understanding. Because shame thrives in secrecy. The more hidden it remains, the more power it gains over behavior. Some people spend years trying to appear invulnerable because shame convinced them their authentic self would not be accepted. So they perform strength constantly while the inner world remains exhausted from emotional hiding. This creates enormous tension inside the nervous system. The body stays guarded. The ego stays defensive. The mind stays hyper-aware of judgment. And eventually, the person no longer knows how to relax emotionally around others. The Stoics understood that true strength does not come from hiding weakness perfectly. It comes from no longer being emotionally enslaved by shame itself. This changes everything. Because once shame is faced consciously, aggression no longer needs to protect it so desperately. You stop needing to dominate every interaction. You stop reacting violently to small criticism. You stop building identity entirely around appearing strong. And slowly, the nervous system learns that vulnerability is not annihilation. It is humanity. The Stoics never taught emotional perfection. They taught emotional honesty, the ability to look directly at your inner wounds without becoming consumed by them. And perhaps one of the most healing realizations is this. Your shame is not proof that you are broken. It is proof that somewhere in life, your heart learned to fear rejection deeply. That understanding softens aggression at its roots. Because the soul no longer needs to fight constantly for worthiness. It no longer needs to attack in order to protect hidden wounds. It no longer needs emotional armor every second of the day. And tonight, perhaps something very quiet is beginning to happen inside you. The shame hidden beneath the anger is finally being seen without judgment. The nervous system is realizing it no longer needs permanent defense. The soul is realizing it can survive honesty. And slowly, the aggression begins weakening because the wounded part underneath it is finally being met with awareness instead of rejection. That is where true healing starts, not at the surface of anger, but at the hidden shame that was begging for compassion all along. And after seeing how shame quietly transforms into aggression, another deeper realization begins to emerge. Not every emotional battle happening inside you deserves your participation. Some storms survive only because the mind keeps emotionally performing inside them. The Stoics understood something rare in a world addicted to emotional chaos. You do not have to turn every feeling into a full internal drama. Most people think emotional drama only happens outwardly through arguments, shouting, or conflict. But the most exhausting drama often happens silently inside the mind. A single comment becomes an entire emotional story. A small disappointment becomes proof that life is unfair. A delayed message becomes rejection. A mistake becomes personal failure. And suddenly, the inner world fills with emotional noise far larger than reality itself. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed not only by events, but by the mind's dramatic interpretation of those events. Marcus Aurelius practiced something extremely powerful. He disciplined himself to see situations clearly before adding emotional exaggeration. He understood that the mind often suffers more from its own storytelling than from reality itself. This is why two people can experience the same difficulty while reacting completely differently. One feels temporary discomfort, the other creates emotional catastrophe internally. The difference is often not the event, it is the emotional drama added afterward. The Stoics believed that inner peace requires refusing to emotionally inflate every painful moment into an identity crisis. This does not mean becoming cold or emotionless. It means remaining mentally disciplined enough to separate facts from emotional performance. Something painful happened. That is reality. But then the mind begins adding layers. This always happens to me. Nobody respects me. My life is falling apart. I'll never recover from this. And slowly, suffering multiplies because the ego keeps dramatizing the pain internally. Many people secretly live inside constant emotional theater. Imaginary arguments, worst-case scenarios, endless overthinking, mental revenge scenes, catastrophic predictions. The nervous system never rests because the inner world stays emotionally overstimulated every day. And perhaps the hardest part is that emotional drama can feel strangely important. The ego believes intensity equals truth. It thinks stronger emotion means deeper meaning. But the Stoics knew emotional intensity often clouds wisdom instead of revealing it. A calm mind sees clearly. A dramatic mind distorts everything. This is why emotional discipline mattered so deeply in Stoicism. The goal was not emotional suppression. The goal was emotional proportion. To feel pain without turning it into permanent identity. To experience disappointment without mentally collapsing. To face difficulty without feeding emotional chaos unnecessarily. Some people become addicted to emotional drama because it creates stimulation. Calmness feels empty to a nervous system trained by conflict. So the mind unconsciously creates problems larger than they are in order to maintain emotional movement. A small misunderstanding becomes betrayal. A temporary setback becomes hopelessness. A moment of loneliness becomes proof of abandonment. And slowly, life starts feeling emotionally unbearable, not because reality itself is always unbearable, but because the mind keeps magnifying suffering internally. The Stoics practiced returning themselves constantly to simple truth. What actually happened? Not the ego's dramatic version, not the fear-driven version, not the emotionally catastrophic version, just reality itself. This practice changes the nervous system deeply, because emotional drama keeps the body trapped in stress. The heart races, the muscles tighten, the breathing shortens. The mind spirals endlessly. But when the inner storytelling quiets down, the body begins calming too. The Stoics knew that peace requires refusing to emotionally feed every passing thought. Not every fear deserves attention. Not every insecurity deserves belief. Not every emotional reaction deserves expansion. Some thoughts should simply pass through the mind without becoming full emotional events. This is difficult because the ego loves emotional exaggeration. Drama gives it significance, importance, identity. But wisdom softens that need slowly. A disciplined mind says, yes, this hurts, but I do not need to turn it into emotional chaos. Yes, I feel disappointed, but I do not need to build a tragedy around it. Yes, life is difficult sometimes, but I do not need to emotionally drown inside every difficult moment. That is Stoic strength. Quiet, emotional steadiness, and over time, this discipline creates enormous freedom. You stop exhausting yourself mentally. You stop reacting to every emotional impulse automatically. You stop turning temporary feelings into permanent emotional storms. The nervous system finally begins experiencing stillness again because the mind is no longer constantly feeding internal drama. This does not make life painless. It makes suffering lighter, cleaner, more manageable. Because reality alone is often difficult enough already, the Stoics simply refuse to add unnecessary emotional chaos on top of it. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of maturity is realizing that peace is protected internally first, not by controlling the world, but by refusing to let the mind become emotionally theatrical every time life becomes uncomfortable. Tonight, perhaps your soul is beginning to feel tired of emotional noise, tired of spiraling thoughts, tired of catastrophic storytelling, tired of mentally turning every wound into a permanent emotional storm. And slowly, something calmer begins replacing the chaos. A quieter inner voice, a steadier breath, a mind learning how to feel emotions without becoming consumed by them. Because the soul was never meant to spend its entire life performing emotional suffering endlessly inside itself. Sometimes healing begins the moment you stop dramatizing the pain and simply allow yourself to breathe through it calmly instead. And even after learning how to quiet emotional drama, many people still discover something frustrating during the deepest hours of the night. The mind keeps reopening wounds that seemed buried during the day. Memories return without warning. Old emotions rise again. And suddenly pain that felt distant hours earlier feels emotionally alive once more. This confuses many people. They ask themselves, why am I still thinking about this? Why does it still hurt? Why can't my mind finally let it go? The Stoics understood that the nighttime mind behaves differently because silence removes distraction. During the day, responsibilities keep emotions temporarily buried. Work, conversations, noise, movement, and routines occupy attention. But when darkness arrives and the world grows still, unresolved emotions finally have room to rise back into awareness. And the nervous system often chooses nighttime to reopen emotional wounds because that is when the mind becomes most emotionally exposed. There are fewer defenses, less stimulation, less performance, only you and the truth living quietly underneath your thoughts. Many emotional wounds remain unresolved, not because the mind enjoys suffering, but because part of the nervous system still believes the pain has not been fully processed yet. The brain keeps reopening the memory, searching for resolution, understanding, or emotional safety. It is trying to protect you in the only way it knows how. By reviewing the pain repeatedly, the Stoics believed that the mind naturally returns to whatever remains emotionally unfinished. A wound ignored consciously often returns unconsciously during silence. This is why nighttime becomes emotionally heavy for so many people. The memories arrive when distractions disappear. The betrayal returns. The embarrassment returns. The regret returns. The loneliness returns. And suddenly, the soul feels trapped inside emotions it thought it already escaped. Marcus Aurelius practiced preparing his mind carefully before sleep because he understood this human tendency deeply. He knew the mind can become a prison at night if awareness disappears. Thoughts grow louder in darkness because attention turns inward, and if emotional wounds still remain active beneath the surface, the silence amplifies them. But there is something even deeper happening psychologically. The mind reopens emotional wounds at night because the nervous system associates unresolved pain with danger. The brain believes that repeatedly revisiting the wound may somehow prevent future suffering. If I replay it enough, maybe I can protect myself next time. If I analyze it enough, maybe I can finally understand it. If I stay emotionally alert, maybe I will never be hurt that way again. This creates exhausting emotional cycles. The mind becomes trapped between pain and protection. The wound stays active because the nervous system never receives full permission to release it. And over time, the body begins expecting emotional suffering during nighttime itself. Some people grow afraid of silence because silence became connected to emotional pain. The moment the room becomes quiet, the nervous system automatically prepares for old memories to return again. This is why many people distract themselves until exhaustion every night. Scrolling endlessly, watching videos constantly, keeping noise around them at all times, not because they are weak, but because they fear what the silence might reopen emotionally. The Stoics approached this differently. They believed healing begins not by running from the wound, but by changing your relationship with it. Instead of entering the memory unconsciously every night, you begin observing it calmly. You notice the thoughts without becoming trapped inside them. You notice the emotional pull without feeding it endlessly. You stop treating every returning memory like an emergency requiring immediate emotional reaction. This changes the nervous system slowly, because every time you observe the wound without spiraling into emotional chaos, the brain learns something important. The danger is no longer happening right now. That realization softens the body gradually. The heart slows down. The breathing deepens. The emotional urgency weakens. And over time, the wound loses some of its unconscious control over the night. The Stoics also understood something very compassionate about the human mind. Healing is rarely linear. Some wounds return in waves. Some emotions revisit you long after you thought they were gone. This does not mean you are failing. It means the nervous system heals layer by layer, and often nighttime becomes the space where those deeper layers finally rise into awareness. But awareness changes everything. Once you stop fearing the returning emotion, it loses much of its power. You stop saying, "Why am I still like this?" and begin asking, "What part of me still needs understanding and release?" That question creates gentleness instead of inner warfare, because many people reopen emotional wounds at night, then attack themselves for still hurting. This creates double suffering, the original pain, and the shame about still carrying it. The Stoics refused this unnecessary cruelty. They believed emotional healing required patience, observation, and acceptance of human vulnerability itself. Not harshness, not self-hatred, not emotional panic. And tonight, perhaps something softer is beginning to happen inside your mind. The wound may still revisit you. The memories may still rise sometimes. But you are beginning to understand that their return does not mean you are broken. It means the soul is still trying to heal what it once survived. And slowly, through awareness, compassion, and stillness, the nervous system begins learning how to stop reopening the wound as a form of protection. Because eventually, the mind realizes something beautiful. You no longer need to bleed every night in order to remember the lesson. You no longer need to relive the pain in order to stay safe. And for the first time in a long time, the darkness begins feeling less like a battlefield and more like a place where the soul can finally rest without fear. And after learning how to stop reopening old wounds every night, another fear quietly appears inside many people. If they finally let go of anger, if they stop staying emotionally guarded, will they simply become vulnerable to being hurt all over again? This fear keeps countless souls trapped between two extremes, either emotionally wounded or emotionally frozen. But the Stoics understood there is another path entirely, a rare kind of inner strength where a person becomes emotionally untouchable without becoming cold, bitter, or disconnected from humanity. This is one of the highest forms of emotional discipline. Because many people confuse emotional numbness with strength, They believe shutting down emotionally protects them. So after enough disappointment, they stop opening their heart fully. They stop trusting deeply. They stop expressing softness. The nervous system decides it is safer to feel nothing than to risk pain again. But this creates a quiet tragedy. The person avoids suffering while also slowly losing their ability to feel peace, love, connection, and joy fully. The Stoics never taught emotional deadness. They taught emotional stability. There is a huge difference. A cold person builds walls around the heart. A Stoic builds awareness within the heart. One disconnects from life. The other learns how to remain calm within life. Marcus Aurelius still loved people deeply, despite understanding human imperfection clearly. He knew people could disappoint him, misunderstand him, betray him, or judge him unfairly. But he refused to let those realities turn him emotionally poisonous. This is the rare art. To remain soft without becoming weak. To remain wise without becoming cynical. To remain open without becoming emotionally dependent. Many people become cold because they secretly believe pain can be completely prevented through emotional distance. But the Stoics accepted something difficult and freeing. Pain is part of being human. You cannot love deeply without risk. You cannot connect deeply without vulnerability. You cannot live fully while emotionally hiding from everything uncomfortable. Trying to avoid all emotional pain eventually creates emotional emptiness instead. And yet, the Stoics also understood that emotional openness without self-command creates suffering too. A person who absorbs every insult, every rejection, every disappointment without inner discipline becomes emotionally fragile. So Stoicism teaches balance. You feel emotions fully, without becoming controlled by them. You love people, without making your identity depend entirely on them. You remain kind, without allowing disrespect to destroy your inner peace. This creates emotional untouchability, not because nothing hurts anymore, but because your inner stability becomes stronger than temporary emotional storms. Some people become emotionally reactive because they unconsciously hand their entire nervous system to external circumstances. One bad conversation ruins the day. One criticism destroys confidence. One rejection creates emotional collapse. Their peace depends entirely on how life behaves externally. The Stoics refused to live this way. They trained themselves to carry peace internally first, not arrogance, not emotional superiority, inner steadiness. The understanding that your worth does not disappear every time life becomes painful. And this changes relationships deeply. You stop chasing validation desperately. You stop collapsing emotionally over every misunderstanding. You stop needing constant reassurance to feel secure. Because emotional untouchability comes from self-possession, not emotional isolation. The nervous system learns something powerful. I can survive difficult emotions without losing myself. This creates calmness, not coldness. A cold person shuts others out. A Stoic remains emotionally available while still protecting inner balance wisely. This is why emotionally mature people often feel peaceful to be around. They are not constantly reacting from wounded ego. They are not emotionally exploding every time life becomes uncomfortable. Their nervous system has learned how to remain grounded inside emotional difficulty. And perhaps the most beautiful part is this: emotionally untouchable people do not need to harden themselves constantly. They no longer fear every emotional experience because they trust their ability to recover. That trust changes everything. A person who trusts their inner strength no longer needs endless emotional armor. They can stay soft, patient, warm, present, because their peace no longer depends entirely on controlling other people perfectly. The Stoics also understood that emotional untouchability requires accepting human imperfection fully. People will misunderstand you sometimes, disappoint you sometimes, leave sometimes, judge unfairly sometimes. This is reality. But your inner world does not need to collapse every time reality behaves imperfectly. That is freedom, not controlling life, but remaining internally stable while life moves unpredictably around you. And over time, this creates a different kind of strength inside the soul. A quiet strength, a calm strength. The kind that no longer needs emotional performance to prove itself. You stop trying to appear invulnerable. You stop pretending nothing affects you. Instead, you simply stop allowing temporary emotions to permanently disturb your peace. That is what the Stoics meant by mastery, not becoming emotionless, becoming emotionally rooted. And tonight, perhaps your soul is beginning to understand this balance for the first time. You do not need bitterness to protect yourself. You do not need emotional walls around your heart forever. You do not need permanent coldness in order to survive life. There is another way, a softer strength, a calmer dignity, a steady inner peace that remains present even when life becomes difficult. And slowly, the nervous system begins realizing that true safety was never found in emotional numbness, but in learning how to remain deeply human without losing yourself inside pain anymore. And as emotional wounds slowly begin softening, another hidden danger finally becomes visible. Bitterness does not only keep people trapped in pain from the past, it quietly steals their ability to feel joy in the present before joy even has the chance to fully arrive. This is why some people can stand inside beautiful moments and still feel emotionally distant from them. The sunset is beautiful, but they barely notice it. Someone loves them sincerely, but suspicion remains stronger than gratitude. Good news arrives, but the mind immediately searches for what could go wrong next. The nervous system stays emotionally guarded, even during peaceful moments, because bitterness trained the soul to expect disappointment everywhere. The Stoics understood that bitterness changes perception itself. It becomes a lens through which the entire world gets filtered. A bitter mind struggles to receive joy naturally because part of it no longer trusts life enough to relax into happiness fully. And this happens slowly, quietly, almost invisibly. A person hurt deeply enough begins protecting themselves emotionally from future pain. At first, the protection seems reasonable. Don't trust too easily. Stay careful. Don't expect too much. But over time, caution quietly hardens into emotional pessimism. The mind stops allowing itself to fully enjoy anything because it constantly prepares for loss. This is why bitterness destroys joy before joy even arrives. The soul becomes emotionally tense during good moments instead of open to them. A compliment feels suspicious. Love feels temporary. Success feels fragile. Peace feels unsafe. Because the nervous system learned long ago that painful endings often follow beautiful beginnings. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to poison the present moment with fearful thinking. He understood that bitterness steals life twice. First through the original wound, then again by preventing future peace from being experienced fully. Many bitter people do not even realize how deeply their perception changed. They think they are simply being realistic, wise, careful. But underneath the emotional caution often sits unresolved pain that no longer knows how to trust joy safely. This creates a tragic cycle. The person craves happiness deeply, but unconsciously blocks it emotionally the moment it approaches. They become uncomfortable with softness, uncomfortable with calmness, uncomfortable with emotional safety. The nervous system remains more familiar with tension than peace, and eventually bitterness becomes automatic. The mind starts expecting disappointment before experiences even unfold. Relationships become emotionally filtered through suspicion. Opportunities become filtered through fear. Life itself becomes emotionally muted. The Stoics believed that attachment to past pain blinds people to present beauty, not because beauty disappeared, but because bitterness occupies too much inner space to notice it properly. A bitter soul struggles to feel gratitude because resentment constantly competes for attention. It struggles to feel wonder because disappointment dominates perception. It struggles to feel connection because emotional defense remains stronger than openness. And slowly, joy begins disappearing not through dramatic tragedy, but through quiet, emotional withdrawal from life itself. This is why some people seem emotionally absent, even during happy moments. Their body is present, but the mind remains emotionally trapped inside old pain. The Stoics practiced returning themselves to the present moment intentionally because they knew bitterness thrives through psychological time. The mind keeps revisiting yesterday's wounds, keeps fearing tomorrow's losses, and in doing so misses the peace quietly available right now. This does not mean pretending life is painless. The Stoics were not naive optimists. They understood suffering deeply, but they also understood that protecting yourself from all future pain often means accidentally protecting yourself from joy too. A person who closes the heart completely may avoid disappointment, but they also lose intimacy, warmth, connection, wonder, and eventually emotional aliveness itself. Bitterness creates emotional numbness disguised as wisdom. The soul stops fully participating in life because it fears being hurt again. But the Stoics believed true courage is remaining open to life despite uncertainty, not recklessly, not blindly, but bravely. Because joy always requires vulnerability. You cannot truly experience love while emotionally armored completely. You cannot experience peace while constantly expecting betrayal. You cannot feel deep gratitude while emotionally preparing for loss every second. At some point, the nervous system must relearn trust, not blind trust in people. Trust in your ability to survive life without hardening your soul completely. That changes everything, because now joy no longer feels dangerous. Now peaceful moments can actually enter the heart without immediate emotional resistance. The body softens during happiness instead of tightening against it. The mind stops searching for disaster during beautiful moments, and slowly life begins feeling emotionally alive again. The Stoics knew this softness required discipline, because bitterness constantly tries to pull attention backward into pain, but awareness interrupts the cycle. You begin noticing when the mind rejects joy automatically, when suspicion blocks connection, when fear interrupts gratitude, and instead of obeying those reactions unconsciously, you gently return yourself to the present moment again, to the breath, to the quiet, to the simple beauty still existing despite everything life has done. And tonight, perhaps something important is beginning to happen inside you. The soul is becoming tired of bitterness, tired of expecting pain before peace even arrives, tired of emotionally bracing against happiness, tired of surviving instead of living fully. And somewhere beneath all the emotional armor, joy is still waiting patiently, not demanding perfection, not demanding certainty, only asking for enough softness to finally be felt again. Because life did not bring you this far just to remain emotionally closed forever. And slowly, very slowly, the heart begins remembering that peace becomes possible again the moment bitterness stops standing guard at every doorway where joy tries to enter. And after seeing how bitterness steals joy before it even arrives, the mind begins noticing something even deeper. Much of human suffering is not happening in the present moment at all. It is happening inside repeated emotional attachment to what already ended. The Stoics understood this clearly. Most people are not only living today, they are mentally living in yesterday at the same time, replaying old memories, revisiting old pain, reopening old humiliation, comparing the present to what was lost. The body moves forward through time, but the soul remains emotionally chained to the past. And slowly, this obsession drains life from the present moment completely. Many people become emotionally addicted to remembering, not because they enjoy suffering consciously, but because the mind keeps searching for understanding, control, or emotional resolution through repetition. If I think about it enough, maybe it will stop hurting. If I replay it enough, maybe I can finally make peace with it. But the Stoics knew something painful and liberating. The past cannot heal through obsession. It only becomes more deeply rooted inside the nervous system. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning his attention to the present moment because he understood how dangerous mental attachment to the past can become. A person can lose entire years emotionally reliving experiences that no longer exist physically. The betrayal already happened. The relationship already ended. The humiliation already passed. But the mind keeps emotionally resurrecting it again and again. And each replay quietly teaches the nervous system the danger is still happening. This is why emotional obsession with the past creates constant inattention. The body stays emotionally alert. The heart struggles to relax. The mind struggles to feel peace because part of it remains psychologically trapped inside old moments. Some people wake up every morning already emotionally connected to yesterday's pain before the new day even begins. And over time, the obsession becomes identity. The person no longer knows how to exist without constantly referencing old wounds. The Stoics believed this attachment creates deep suffering because it divides the soul against reality. Reality says, the moment is over, but the mind refuses to emotionally release it. And so inner conflict continues endlessly. Part of the soul wants to move forward. Another part keeps looking backward, searching for something that no longer exists there. And perhaps the hardest truth is this: no amount of mental replay changes the past. No amount of overthinking rewrites the conversation. No amount of emotional attachment resurrects what is gone. The Stoics accepted this reality not with bitterness, but with wisdom, because acceptance frees energy that obsession steals constantly. Many people carrying emotional obsession with the past secretly fear one thing above all: if I let go, maybe it meant less than I thought. So the mind keeps holding tightly to memories, pain, regret, or grief, because attachment feels like proof that the experience mattered deeply. But Stoicism teaches something gentler. You do not dishonor the past by releasing your suffering around it. The experience can remain meaningful without remaining emotionally poisonous forever. This changes everything, because now healing no longer feels like betrayal of memory. Now peace becomes possible. The Stoics practiced separating lessons from emotional imprisonment. You keep the wisdom, but release the endless suffering. You remember what the experience taught you, without reliving the emotional wound every night. This is emotional freedom. Not forgetting, not denial, not pretending nothing mattered, but refusing to sacrifice the present moment endlessly to something already finished. Some people become so attached to past pain that they stop allowing new life to enter emotionally. New relationships suffer because old heartbreak remains active. New opportunities feel dangerous because old failure still controls perception. New joy gets blocked because old grief still dominates the nervous system. The past quietly becomes a prison disguised as memory. The Stoics refused to live this way. They knew life only exists now, not inside replay, not inside regret, not inside endless emotional resurrection of what cannot be changed anymore. This does not mean the process is easy. The mind naturally returns to emotionally charged experiences, especially at night, especially during loneliness, especially during moments of uncertainty. But the Stoic cure begins with awareness. You notice when the mind drifts backward again. You notice the emotional attachment pulling at the nervous system. And instead of following the memory endlessly, you gently return yourself to the present moment, to the breath, to the body, to what still exists right now, again and again. This repetition slowly retrains the mind. The nervous system begins learning that safety no longer depends on constant review of old pain. The soul begins understanding that peace is not found behind you. It is found here, now, in this moment that still remains alive. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing is realizing that the person you were during those painful moments no longer exists fully. You survived. You changed. You grew. The soul standing here tonight is not the exact same soul that once suffered there. And slowly the emotional chains loosen. Not because the past disappears, but because your identity stops living inside it constantly. The Stoics believed wisdom means carrying memory lightly instead of dragging it like emotional weight forever. And tonight, perhaps your soul is finally becoming tired of living backward emotionally, tired of reopening finished chapters, tired of sacrificing peace to endless mental replay, tired of searching the past for answers that only the present moment can now provide. And quietly, gently, something begins shifting inside you. The mind starts loosening its grip. The nervous system begins releasing old tension. The heart stops chasing yesterday through darkness. Because healing does not arrive when the past changes. Healing arrives when the soul finally stops trying to live there forever. And after loosening the mind's grip on the past, another hidden truth slowly rises from beneath the anger. Some emotions were never truly anger at all. They were grief that never received permission to speak honestly. This is why certain anger feels unusually heavy, unusually emotional, unusually exhausting, because beneath the irritation, beneath the resentment, beneath the emotional defense, the soul is quietly mourning something it lost. The Stoics understood that human beings often transform grief into anger because anger feels easier to carry. Grief feels vulnerable, soft, exposed, but anger creates the illusion of strength, control, protection. So instead of saying, "I am heartbroken," many people unconsciously say, "I am angry." Instead of admitting, "I feel abandoned," they become emotionally cold. Instead of allowing sadness to move through them, they harden themselves through rage. And slowly, the nervous system forgets how to grieve openly. This happens more often than people realize. A person angry after betrayal may actually be grieving trust. A person constantly irritated may be grieving emotional safety. Someone carrying resentment toward parents may secretly be grieving the childhood they never received. A person obsessed with revenge may actually be mourning dignity, innocence, or love that disappeared. The anger becomes the mask grief wears when vulnerability feels unsafe. Marcus Aurelius understood that many emotional reactions are simply wounded souls trying to defend themselves from deeper pain. He believed wisdom required looking beneath surface emotions carefully instead of blindly obeying them. And when you look honestly beneath certain anger, grief is often waiting there silently. Grief over what life became. Grief over who hurt you. Grief over who left. Grief over what was never said. Grief over the version of yourself that disappeared after painful experiences. This kind of grief becomes especially dangerous when it is never acknowledged consciously, because emotions denied do not disappear peacefully. They remain trapped inside the nervous system, searching for expression. And if grief cannot speak through tears, truth, vulnerability, or mourning, it often begins speaking through anger instead. This is why some people become emotionally explosive without fully understanding why. The anger seems bigger than the situation itself because deeper pain is fueling it underneath. The present moment touches an older wound, and suddenly years of unspoken grief surge upward, disguised as irritation, aggression, or emotional withdrawal. The Stoics did not believe in suppressing emotions blindly. They believed in understanding them deeply, because emotional awareness transforms suffering. Once you recognize grief beneath the anger, something softens immediately. The nervous system stops fighting itself so aggressively. The soul begins telling the truth. This isn't only anger. This is pain. This is loss. This is heartbreak that never fully healed. And strangely enough, this honesty often creates more peace than years of emotional defense ever could. Many people were never taught how to grieve properly. They were taught to stay strong, stay productive, stay composed, keep moving, do not cry too much, do not dwell on emotions. So grief became buried alive inside the body, but buried grief does not stay silent forever. It appears through emotional numbness, chronic irritation, exhaustion, bitterness, emotional distance, sudden rage over small things. The nervous system keeps carrying unresolved sorrow that never fully moved through the soul naturally. The Stoics understood that accepting pain honestly is part of emotional freedom, not drowning inside sadness forever, but allowing grief to exist without shame. Because grief is not weakness. It is evidence that something mattered deeply. The problem begins when grief gets trapped beneath pride, fear, or emotional suppression for too long. Then the soul hardens around it, and hardening eventually becomes suffering. Some people become angry at life itself because they never allowed themselves to mourn what life took from them. The lost relationship, the lost years, the lost innocence, the lost dreams, the lost version of themselves. And underneath the anger sits a quiet, exhausted sadness still waiting to be acknowledged. This is why emotional healing often begins with softness instead of force. Not asking, "How do I destroy this anger?" but asking, "What pain underneath this anger still needs compassion?" That question changes the entire atmosphere of the inner world, because now the soul no longer feels attacked by itself. Now the nervous system stops needing endless emotional defense. Now grief finally has room to breathe instead of hiding beneath aggression. The Stoics believed peace becomes possible when truth replaces emotional resistance. And sometimes the deepest truth is simply this: you are grieving, not failing, not weak, not broken, grieving. And grief deserves gentleness, not shame, not self-hatred, not emotional punishment. Tonight, perhaps your anger is beginning to reveal its deeper voice, not a voice demanding war, but a voice quietly saying, "I lost something. I was hurt deeply. I never fully mourned it." And slowly, as this truth settles into awareness, the body begins softening in ways anger never allowed before. The breathing deepens, the tension weakens, the emotional armor loosens slightly, because grief, when finally acknowledged honestly, no longer needs to disguise itself as rage in order to survive. And somewhere inside the silence tonight, the soul begins realizing it does not need to keep fighting pain that was really asking to be mourned all along. And after recognizing that some anger is really grief hiding behind emotional armor, another pattern quietly reveals itself. Many people do not only suffer from anger itself, they become trapped inside emotional rage loops that repeat endlessly inside the mind. The same thoughts, the same memories, the same emotional reactions. Again and again. And over time, the nervous system becomes addicted to the cycle without realizing it. This is why some people replay painful emotions so automatically that the anger almost feels comforting. Not because suffering feels good, but because familiarity feels safe to the wounded mind. The Stoics understood that the human mind adapts even to unhealthy emotional states. If anger becomes repeated long enough, the nervous system begins treating it like home. The body learns the rhythm of resentment. The mind learns the pattern of emotional replay. And eventually, peace itself starts feeling unfamiliar while rage begins feeling emotionally normal. This is the dangerous comfort of emotional rage loops. A person wakes up already irritated, already replaying pain, already emotionally tense. Not because something new happened that morning, but because the nervous system remained trapped inside yesterday's emotional cycle. Marcus Aurelius constantly warned himself against becoming emotionally consumed by repetitive mental suffering. He understood that the mind strengthens whatever emotional pathways it repeatedly follows, and rage loops create powerful emotional habits. The brain starts anticipating anger automatically, searching for offense automatically, returning to old wounds automatically. The emotional cycle becomes unconscious. This is why some people secretly feel uncomfortable during calm moments. Silence interrupts the rage loop. Peace interrupts the emotional stimulation. And the nervous system, so conditioned by conflict, suddenly feels emotionally restless without the familiar tension. So the mind unconsciously searches for pain again. It revisits betrayal, reopens humiliation, imagines arguments, creates emotional conflict internally. Not because the soul truly wants suffering, but because the nervous system became attached to emotional intensity itself. This attachment becomes extremely dangerous over time. Because rage loops slowly shape identity. A person begins expecting anger, expecting disappointment, expecting conflict. The emotional state becomes so repeated that it starts feeling like personality instead of temporary suffering. The Stoics believed emotional freedom begins when awareness interrupts unconscious emotional repetition. Because most rage loops survive through automatic participation. The memory appears, the anger rises, the replay begins, and the mind follows the familiar emotional road without questioning it. But awareness changes the pattern. You begin noticing the cycle while it is happening. You notice how quickly the mind returns to familiar pain. You notice how certain thoughts trigger entire emotional spirals automatically. You notice how the nervous system almost craves emotional stimulation after years of inner conflict. And slowly, through observation, the cycle weakens, not instantly, but gradually, because emotional habits formed over years do not disappear in one night. Still, the moment awareness enters the rage loop, the soul stops being completely controlled by it unconsciously. This creates an important shift. Instead of feeding the anger immediately, you pause, you breathe, you observe the emotional pattern without obeying it automatically, and suddenly the loop loses some of its power. The Stoics practiced this constantly, not suppressing emotion, not pretending pain did not exist, but refusing to feed repetitive emotional suffering endlessly. Because every time you emotionally rehearse the same rage, the nervous system strengthens the pathway again. The body memorizes anger. The mind memorizes resentment. And eventually, emotional suffering becomes automatic, even without external triggers. This is why some people feel emotionally exhausted all the time. The inner world never stops looping through pain. The nervous system never receives a true moment of emotional stillness. The body becomes addicted to adrenaline. The mind becomes addicted to emotional stimulation. And peace starts feeling emotionally unfamiliar. But the Stoics knew something powerful. Anything repeatedly practiced can also be unpracticed. The nervous system can relearn calmness. The mind can relearn stillness. The soul can relearn peace. But first, the rage loop must stop being fed constantly. This means becoming disciplined with attention. Not every painful memory deserves hours of emotional energy. Not every angry thought deserves expansion. Not every emotional trigger deserves complete internal surrender. The Stoics believed attention is sacred because attention feeds emotional reality. Whatever the mind repeatedly focuses on becomes psychologically stronger. And this is why healing often feels uncomfortable at first. Without the familiar rage loop, the nervous system feels strangely empty, quiet, uncertain. Because emotional chaos had become emotionally familiar for so long. But slowly, the body begins adjusting. The mind begins softening. The silence no longer feels threatening. And for the first time in years, emotional peace begins feeling possible instead of foreign. This is where real freedom starts. Not when life becomes perfect, but when the mind stops compulsively returning to emotional suffering as its primary emotional home. And tonight, perhaps something important is happening inside you. The soul is becoming tired of repetitive anger, tired of emotional loops, tired of rehearsing pain endlessly, tired of reliving old suffering every single night. The nervous system no longer wants emotional addiction disguised as protection. It wants rest, real rest. The kind that only arrives when the mind finally stops feeding the same emotional fire over and over again. And slowly, very slowly, the loop begins weakening. Because awareness is entering places where unconscious suffering once ruled alone. And once awareness enters the cycle, healing quietly begins. And after escaping the trap of emotional rage loops, another hidden danger slowly becomes visible. Sometimes the deepest suffering does not come from anger alone, but from the desperate need for life to feel fair again. The desire for justice can feel noble at first, human, reasonable. After all, when someone hurts you deeply, part of the soul naturally wants balance restored. It wants truth acknowledged, pain recognized, consequences delivered. The nervous system wants emotional order again after chaos disrupted it. But the Stoics understood something dangerous about this desire. The search for justice can quietly become self-destruction when the soul becomes emotionally obsessed with outcomes it cannot control. Many people lose years of inner peace, waiting for life to punish those who wounded them, waiting for karma, waiting for regret, waiting for the apology, waiting for suffering to return to the person who caused suffering first. And while the mind waits endlessly for emotional balance, the soul itself begins deteriorating. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that justice without inner wisdom easily transforms into bitterness. Because the ego does not simply want justice sometimes. It wants emotional revenge disguised as justice. It wants the other person to hurt exactly the way you hurt, to feel the same confusion, the same rejection, the same loneliness. And this emotional obsession quietly chains the nervous system to pain for years. The body remains tense because the emotional conflict never truly ends internally. The mind stays attached to the offender. The soul keeps carrying emotional poison while calling it righteousness. This is why the desire for justice becomes dangerous when it begins consuming your entire inner world. The Stoics believed justice matters deeply, but they also understood a painful truth. Life does not always deliver visible fairness. Some harmful people continue smiling. Some never apologize. Some never fully understand the damage they caused. And if your peace depends entirely on reality correcting every injustice perfectly, the soul remains trapped in endless emotional suffering. This is difficult because wounded pride wants emotional repayment. The ego says, they should suffer too. They should feel what I felt. They should not get away with this. And sometimes those feelings feel completely justified. But Stoicism asks a deeper question. While you wait for justice, what is happening to your own soul? Because many people slowly destroy themselves emotionally while waiting for the universe to settle old scores. They lose sleep, lose softness, lose joy, lose emotional freedom. The original wound happened once, but the obsession with justice keeps reopening it daily. The nervous system stays emotionally connected to the pain because part of the mind refuses to release the emotional debt. And over time, this constant emotional attachment becomes spiritually exhausting. Some people become consumed by proving they were wronged, consumed by exposing others, consumed by mentally replaying unfairness, consumed by wanting reality to finally validate their suffering perfectly. And slowly, their own peace disappears in the process. The Stoics understood that true justice begins internally first, not through emotional revenge, but through refusing to let another person's actions permanently poison your character. That is real power. To remain truthful without becoming hateful, to protect yourself without becoming consumed by bitterness, to acknowledge injustice without sacrificing your own nervous system to it forever. This does not mean allowing abuse. It does not mean becoming passive. It means recognizing the difference between healthy justice and emotional self-destruction disguised as moral righteousness. Because once the search for justice begins destroying your peace daily, the wound has already spread too deeply into the soul. Marcus Aurelius knew that carrying hatred eventually harms the carrier most of all. The person who hurt you may continue living normally, while your own inner world remains trapped in emotional warfare every night. And perhaps the hardest truth is this. Some people will never receive the consequences you hoped for. Some will never understand what they destroyed. Some will never feel remorse the way you imagined. The Stoics accepted this reality not because they approved of cruelty, but because they refused to destroy themselves emotionally, trying to force reality into fairness. This acceptance becomes deeply freeing, because now healing no longer depends entirely on external outcomes. Now peace becomes possible, even without perfect justice. The soul stops waiting endlessly for emotional repayment. The nervous system stops carrying constant tension around unresolved unfairness, and gradually the desire for justice transforms into something calmer: wisdom, boundaries, discernment, inner dignity. You stop needing life to emotionally punish every person who wounded you before allowing yourself peace, because the Stoics believed your life is too precious to spend entirely inside emotional courtrooms that never fully close. And tonight perhaps something important is softening inside you. The exhaustion of carrying old injustice constantly, the fatigue of waiting for perfect emotional balance, the heaviness of mentally prosecuting the past every night. The soul is beginning to realize that justice matters, but not at the cost of your entire inner world. Because there comes a moment when healing asks a painful but necessary question. How much of your life are you willing to sacrifice just to keep proving you were hurt? And slowly, the heart begins understanding that true freedom does not always arrive when justice appears externally. Sometimes it arrives when the soul finally decides it no longer wants to destroy itself emotionally, trying to force the universe to settle every wound perfectly. And after carrying the burden of justice, another quieter form of suffering begins revealing itself. Many people are not only hurting from what happened to them, they are hurting from opinions that never truly belonged inside their soul in the first place. The Stoics called this one of the greatest human mistakes, borrowing pain from the minds of other people. A stranger judges you. Someone misunderstands you. Someone insults you. Someone decides you are not enough. And suddenly, their opinion enters your nervous system like truth. The body tightens. The heart becomes heavy. The mind starts questioning itself endlessly, not because reality changed, but because another person's perception was emotionally accepted as your identity. The Stoics understood something life-changing. Most emotional suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the meaning we attach to them internally. An opinion is only sound leaving another person's mouth. But once the mind accepts it emotionally, it becomes suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that other people's judgments belong to them, not to him. He understood that every person sees reality through the limits of their own fears, insecurities, experiences, wounds, and confusion. A bitter person judges bitterly. An insecure person criticizes constantly. A wounded person projects pain outward, and yet many people absorb these projections as if they were objective truth. This is borrowed pain, pain created by carrying emotional weight that was never truly yours to hold. Some people spend entire lives emotionally imprisoned by opinions from childhood, a teacher's insult, a parent's disappointment, a cruel comment from classmates, a rejection that quietly shaped self-worth. The words entered the nervous system years ago and never fully left. Even now, the body still reacts. The soul still remembers, not because the opinion was absolutely true, but because the wounded mind absorbed it without protection. The Stoics believed emotional freedom begins when you stop handing your inner world over to every passing judgment around you. Because human opinions are unstable. One person praises you, another criticizes you, one misunderstands you completely, another admires qualities others reject. If your peace depends entirely on external opinion, the nervous system will never fully rest. You become emotionally controlled by the changing moods of strangers, and this creates enormous suffering. Some people constantly shape themselves around approval, trying to appear acceptable, intelligent enough, successful enough, attractive enough, worthy enough. The soul becomes exhausted because it is living according to borrowed standards instead of inner truth. Marcus Aurelius saw how dangerous this was. He knew that people often judge without understanding context, intention, or reality fully. Human beings react through their own limitations constantly. To build identity around unstable external opinions is to build life on shifting sand. And yet the ego desperately wants validation. It wants everyone to approve, everyone to understand, everyone to admire. But Stoicism teaches that this craving quietly destroys inner peace because universal approval is impossible. Some people will dislike you simply because you remind them of their insecurities. Some will misunderstand your silence. Some will resent your growth. Some will criticize what they secretly fear becoming themselves. And none of this truly defines your worth unless you emotionally agree to carry it. This is where borrowed pain becomes self-destruction. The nervous system begins suffering from judgments that may have nothing to do with reality at all. A person calls you weak. Now you spend years proving strength. A person rejects you. Now you question your worth endlessly. A person misunderstands your intentions. Now You over-explain yourself constantly. The soul abandons itself, trying to emotionally survive external perception, but the Stoics refused to live this way. They believed character mattered more than reputation because reputation lives inside other people's minds. Character lives inside your own actions. This changes everything. You stop asking, "What does everyone think about me?" and start asking, "Am I living according to truth, integrity, and wisdom?" That question creates inner stability, because now your peace no longer depends entirely on unstable human approval. The nervous system begins relaxing. You stop absorbing every criticism like poison. You stop collapsing emotionally over misunderstanding. You stop carrying every careless opinion into bed at night. And slowly, something powerful happens. You begin separating yourself from the projections of others. Their fear is not your identity. Their bitterness is not your identity. Their misunderstanding is not your identity. Their inability to see you clearly does not reduce your inner worth. This does not mean criticism never matters. The Stoics valued honest correction deeply, but they also understood discernment. Not every opinion deserves emotional access to your nervous system. Not every judgment deserves permanent residence inside your soul. Wisdom means learning the difference. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of emotional maturity is realizing that many people speak from their own unresolved pain rather than objective truth. Once you see this clearly, compassion replaces some of the emotional fear. The nervous system stops treating every opinion like danger. The soul stops trying to earn worthiness from every passing mind. And tonight, perhaps something inside you is finally becoming tired of carrying borrowed pain, tired of living under invisible judgments, tired of emotionally bleeding from words that never truly defined you, tired of measuring your worth through unstable human perception. And slowly, the inner world begins returning to itself again, calmer, lighter, freer, because peace begins the moment you stop allowing every external opinion to become an internal wound. And the soul finally remembers something the world made it forget for far too long. Not every voice deserves authority over your inner life. And after learning how deeply other people's opinions can wound the inner world, another pain begins revealing itself beneath the surface. Betrayal, not simple disappointment, not ordinary conflict. Betrayal cuts deeper because it destroys something invisible the soul depended on emotionally. Trust. The Stoics understood that betrayal is one of the hardest emotional wounds to release because the mind does not only lose the person, it loses the reality it believed in. This is why betrayal feels so disorienting. The heart says, "How could they do this?" But I trusted them. I thought they loved me. And beneath the anger sits a shattered inner certainty about reality itself. The nervous system struggles because betrayal attacks emotional safety directly. The soul opened itself, relaxed itself, believed in someone. And suddenly the mind realizes the emotional ground it stood on was not as stable as it thought. This creates a unique kind of pain, not only heartbreak, but psychological confusion. Many people become emotionally attached to betrayal because the mind keeps trying to solve the impossible contradiction. How could someone who cared about me hurt me like this? The brain searches endlessly for answers because unresolved betrayal threatens the nervous system's sense of control and understanding. So the mind replays everything repeatedly. The conversations, the signs missed, the lies, the moment everything changed, again and again. Not because the soul enjoys suffering, but because part of the mind still hopes clarity will somehow restore emotional safety. Marcus Aurelius understood that attachment to betrayal becomes dangerous when the soul builds identity around the wound itself. A betrayed person can unconsciously begin organizing their entire inner world around distrust, suspicion, and emotional defense. And slowly the betrayal continues, hurting them long after the original event ended. This is why betrayal feels impossible to release sometimes, because the wound does not stay in the past. It begins shaping the future. A person betrayed in love struggles to trust new love. A person betrayed by friends struggles to open emotionally again. A person betrayed by family struggles to feel safe around closeness itself. The nervous system learns fear, and fear becomes emotional armor. The Stoics believed that pain itself is not what destroys the soul most deeply. It is the unconscious conclusions formed afterward. People cannot be trusted. Love is dangerous. I must never be vulnerable again. These conclusions harden the inner world, and eventually the betrayal becomes emotionally alive every day through defensive living. Some people replay betrayal because part of them still hopes to emotionally undo it. They imagine different outcomes, different conversations, different choices. The mind searches for the exact moment where things went wrong because understanding feels emotionally connected to safety. But the Stoics knew that endless replay only deepens emotional imprisonment. The betrayal happened, painfully, unfairly, but reliving it nightly does not restore innocence. It only keeps the wound open inside the nervous system. And perhaps the hardest part of betrayal is this: it damages not only trust in others, but trust in yourself. Many betrayed people secretly become angry at themselves. How did I not see it? How was I fooled? How did I trust the wrong person? This creates double suffering: the pain caused by the other person, and the shame directed inward afterward. The Stoics approached this differently. They understood that trusting someone is not weakness, loving deeply is not stupidity, being sincere is not failure. Human beings are meant to connect, hope, and trust. Betrayal reflects the choices of the betrayer more than the worth of the one betrayed. This realization softens something important inside the soul, because many people remain emotionally attached to betrayal not only due to pain, but because they turned the experience into proof that they themselves were foolish, weak, or unworthy. But Stoicism teaches that wisdom is not becoming incapable of trust. Wisdom is learning discernment without destroying your humanity. This is the rare balance: to remain open without becoming naive, to remain wise without becoming emotionally frozen, to remember the lesson without worshipping the wound forever. And slowly, healing begins when the nervous system stops treating betrayal like a permanent state of reality. Not everyone will betray you. Not every connection is false. Not every act of vulnerability ends in destruction. But the body needs time to relearn this safely. The Stoics practiced returning themselves to the present instead of allowing old betrayal to control every new experience. Because emotional attachment to betrayal keeps the soul psychologically living in the moment trust was broken, and life quietly passes by while the heart remains standing at the scene of the wound. This is why release feels impossible sometimes. Part of the soul fears letting go means forgetting, or becoming vulnerable again, or admitting the pain mattered less than it truly did. But healing does not erase meaning. It simply stops sacrificing the future to the wound endlessly. Tonight, perhaps your soul is beginning to understand this gently. The betrayal changed you deeply, but it does not need to become the permanent ruler of your inner world. You do not need to stay emotionally chained to the moment trust collapsed. You do not need to spend your entire life guarding the wound like a prison door. The nervous system can learn safety again. The heart can soften again. The soul can love again without abandoning wisdom. And slowly, through awareness and stillness, the emotional attachment begins loosening. Not because the pain was unreal, but because your life is too sacred to remain emotionally trapped forever inside the worst thing someone else chose to do. And after loosening the soul's attachment to betrayal, another realization begins appearing quietly in the darkness. Sometimes the greatest source of suffering is not only what happened to you, but the fact that part of you is still emotionally living as someone you no longer are. The Stoics understood that human beings change constantly. Every painful experience, every loss, every heartbreak, every humiliation transforms something inside the soul. But many people never consciously release the older versions of themselves that life already outgrew. So the mind keeps returning backward emotionally to the person who was innocent before betrayal, the person who believed more easily, the person who felt emotionally safe, the person who expected life to unfold differently. And without realizing it, the soul begins grieving identities that no longer exist. This is why some people remain emotionally trapped for years. They are not only attached to the past itself, they are attached to the version of themselves that existed before the pain changed them. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He constantly reminded himself that life is movement, change is unavoidable. Every day, parts of the old self quietly die while new awareness takes shape. The suffering begins when the mind refuses to bury the identity's reality already left behind. Many people secretly keep resurrecting old versions of themselves mentally. The version that was loved, the version that felt hopeful, the version that trusted someone completely, the version that dreamed differently. And because they remain emotionally attached to those older selves, the present moment feels emotionally unbearable by comparison. The Stoics practiced something rare and deeply painful: acceptance of inner death, not physical death, psychological death. The understanding that certain versions of you were never meant to survive forever. Some identities existed only for one chapter of life. Some forms of innocence disappear permanently after pain. Some illusions about people, love, or reality collapse and never fully return. And fighting this truth creates endless suffering, because part of the soul keeps asking, how do I become who I was before? But Stoicism teaches something different. You do not return backward. You evolve forward. This changes the entire healing process, because now the goal is no longer rebuilding the exact old self. The goal becomes honoring who you were, while allowing life to shape who you are becoming now. This is difficult because old identities feel emotionally sacred. A person may secretly miss their younger softness, their emotional openness, their old dreams, their previous certainty about life. And grief appears because deep down they know something changed permanently. But the Stoics understood that refusing to bury dead versions of yourself creates inner conflict. Part of the mind lives in the present. Another part emotionally refuses to leave the past. And the nervous system becomes trapped between two identities at once. This creates exhaustion, confusion, emotional paralysis. Some people stay emotionally stuck because they are still trying to protect identities life already transformed. They want to feel exactly as they once did, trust exactly as they once did, see the world exactly as they once did. But the soul has already changed through suffering, and pretending otherwise only deepens the pain. The Stoics believed wisdom begins when you stop demanding that life return you to who you used to be. Because suffering changes people, loss changes people, time changes people, and resisting that transformation creates emotional warfare inside the nervous system. But something powerful happens when acceptance enters. You stop trying to resurrect old identities constantly. You stop comparing your current self to who you once were. You stop mourning old emotional realities as if they can fully return unchanged. And instead you begin asking, what is this new version of me trying to learn? That question creates movement, because now growth becomes possible again. The Stoics did not worship the past. They learned from it, then carried the wisdom forward without emotionally chaining themselves to outdated identities. This is what mentally burying dead versions of yourself truly means. Not self-rejection, not forgetting, but honoring who you once were without forcing yourself to remain there forever. Some versions of you existed to survive certain seasons. Some existed to teach lessons. Some carried innocence needed for earlier chapters. But the soul evolves through life continually, and emotional freedom requires allowing old identities to rest peacefully instead of dragging them through every new experience. This becomes especially important after deep pain, because trauma often freezes identity psychologically. Part of the mind remains standing inside the moment life changed. But the Stoics believed healing requires movement again, not becoming who you were before, but becoming wiser than the person who first entered the suffering. And tonight, perhaps something quiet is finally happening inside you. You are beginning to release the impossible pressure to become your old self again, the version untouched by pain, untouched by betrayal, untouched by loss. That person mattered deeply, but life moved forward, and so must the soul, not coldly, not bitterly, but consciously, with dignity, with compassion for every version of yourself that carried you this far. And slowly the nervous system begins understanding that letting old identities rest is not betrayal. It is maturity, because some versions of you were never meant to live forever. They were meant to guide you to the person you are still becoming now. And now, the night grows quieter. The anger you carried for years, the resentment, the unfinished conversations, the betrayal, the shame, the emotional exhaustion, the silent grief hidden beneath rage. None of it made you weak. It made you human. But tonight, you finally stopped running from the inner war long enough to understand it. The Stoics believed that peace begins the moment the mind stops fighting itself, not when life becomes perfect, not when every wound is explained, not when everyone apologizes, but when the soul finally becomes tired of carrying pain that no longer belongs inside it. Tonight was never about becoming emotionless. It was about becoming free, free from emotional loops, free from old identities, free from the prison of revenge, bitterness, shame, and silent suffering. And somewhere inside this silence, your nervous system is beginning to understand something it may have forgotten years ago. You are allowed to rest now. If this session touched something deep inside you, leave a comment with the words, "I release the weight." Let that be your quiet promise to yourself tonight. And if you're ready to keep healing the mind, calming the nervous system, and rebuilding inner peace through Stoic wisdom, subscribe to the channel and return tomorrow night. Your soul deserves this kind of rest.